least I should try it. I don't know about that one.
Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody is doing well. Perfect today. Shout out Kawakab and this congregation in Guatemala. All the brothers and sisters who listen to Kawakab's classes from Cali to Georgia. Hope everybody is doing Tawab today. Also shout out SOW family in Virginia, Kazakia, Shalom sir, and all your congregation. Quatazop in Houston, Shalom. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well also. And Zion in Rochester, New York. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing Tawab and fighting the good fight also. Also in our San Antonio school, hope everybody is doing solid, staying positive and maintaining clarity through whatever you might be going through or endeavoring in your life. We're about to send our prayers to today to give the Most Highest honor on the Shabbat. And then after we do that, we're going to get into our class concerning Jonathan and the resistance movement.
It's crazy. I know we have to get into re-pray, but that last week's class was kind of crazy, bro. That Demetrius angle about staying isolated and the effects of being isolated.
Yeah.
I think it's really healthy that we're taking our time versus kind of rushing through.
Yeah. I mean, because it's like, for those who've been watching, we've been in like the Maccabean time like forever. It's like forever in the Maccabean time, but there's a lot of meat that it's unwise to blow through. And man, the funny thing, I was kind of concerned how much information we can extract from these chapters because I never took the time to go through them with the fine-tooth comb. Gosh. But come to find out, there's a lot of meat concerning the character of individuals,
yes,
the mindset of what it takes to lead, the mindset of what it takes to deal with adversity, and the mentality behind endurance. Yeah. There's a lot there. So,
and when the Bible says that the things written aforetime are for our learning, it's true. Now I can see how true that is.
Yep.
Like we always know it's true, but when you really slow down and really value the information,
if you take the time to study and really not just read the Bible like it's standards.
Yeah.
Listen, what else are we going to do with the rest of our life but to go through the information with fine-tooth combs so we can make sure we don't make and repeat the same mistakes that our forefathers made, and we can learn to repeat the virtues of our forefathers. We have to learn what not to do and also what to pattern. So our road towards pleasing the Most High is more consistent, steady, and with less obstacles and ups and downs as we move forward. So it's important that we take our time to really go through all this information so we can learn a lot more about the Most High and ourselves. So without further ado, we're going to send our prayers up. Just me and Dawiyad Majum. We're going to start here. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a, Meta Lanawa, Awar, Zayawam, Thawada, Aman.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Okay. Yes, that's very true. Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai.
Hahawa'a, Meta Lanawa, Rayah, Naya Chacha, Thawada,
Aman. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Amajim Maponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barak Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Hahawa'a, Meta Lanawa, Shabbat, Ba'Shalom, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalm 121. Anasha, Ayanyamya, Ahoya, Ha'aya, Yabua'a, Isaiah, Yabua'a, Ma, Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemaiah, Wa'arataza, La'a, Yanathan, Lamawa, Rogalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashemaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashun, Shashawamar, Yashrala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Cesaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashema, Yala'a, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Walabana, Walayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makor, Rad, Yashemar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Walakia, Wabu'aya, Wa'aitha, I will love. Amen.
Psalm 21 in English. I will lift up my eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad. Shema Yasharala, Yahweh, Alahayim Nawa, Yahweh, Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, he is one.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemaya, Wadat, Hayat, Shamkat, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Raba'at, Ratazaka, Hayat, Aisha, Arataza, Hawa, Hayat, Bashemaya, Lanawa, Bakam, Kol, Yawam, Wasalafana, Khawafina, Kasalafana, Khawafina, Wala'a, Fabianawa, Bonasawan, Abo, Awashina, Mayan, Rad, Haya, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahata Pa'ara, Wa'alamya, Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, ever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achoya, Aya, Hanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2, La'a, Ta'aina, Laka, Pasal, Wala'a, Ta'aibada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3, La'a, Salafwacha, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Chabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'a, Tharataza.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7, La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'a, Thagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'a, Ta'aina, Shakwar.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'a, Ta'chamat, Kol, Asherah, La Ra'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Oops. Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Israel, Yeshavim.
Take seats.
Okay. What's that?
Yeah.
Hey, man. I was let me go a little push a little further, man.
I'm gonna go through.
What's that? I don't have that kind of range.
That's how
I ain't Sasquatch out here.
He kept going through. So I said he was going through. I thought the very last thing was gonna hit some notes.
That's hilarious.
It sounded good.
I would like to, man, but I got to work on it. I got to keep. It takes practice to like hit notes and go high and low. Because I can hit a note, but I don't know when I'm about to blow. The pitch is gonna be.
Yeah,
I don't know when. I don't know how the pitch is gonna be. So it might be high, it might be low. Exactly. I don't know how to control that yet. If I do, well, I tell you, then I'm like this. I would say back again. There's gonna be some shoulder.
Serve the Lord.
Shoulder shakes when I'm doing it.
Christ wants you to sit down.
I'm gonna give you some bike and I'm gonna give you some miles too. I'm gonna sit back and listen. One day I'm gonna learn that. You know the bike's even that heavy dose of power.
Very natural.
You gotta give that. Then you gotta sit back and you gotta give a little flex on it.
Yeah.
One day. Okay. Let's get on it. So, last week, we're going to start back from the top. But we're not going to hyper focus on King Demetrius' isolationism and his avoidance of dealing with problems and policy. Because Demetrius, as we read last week, he avoided dealing with the responsibility of having power. And don't men do the same thing?
God.
How many times do we avoid counsel? Avoid dealing with the elephants, the elephantes in the room.
It's a whole herd.
There's a whole. They're like, whoa, they're just pushing and beating around. There's all these problems that we want to avoid. Yeah. And his avoidance of problems was his eventual downfall. Because when you deal with these problems, you end up maintaining relationships and maintaining trust in the process. So it's important for leadership to deal with those problems, and it's important for mothers to deal with the problems and affairs that they are responsible for as well. And when you avoid these problems, they end up biting you and costing you a lot. But we'll go into that in a little bit. I just didn't want to hyper focus on that. We want to get through the story and the lesson, and then we'll go through that and make it happen. So let's get to 1 Maccabees chapter 10, verse 1. And we're going to probably the goal is to get to verse 50. It's not the end of the chapter, but we're going to go take a quick U-turn. Because what we're going to read about later on next week is as the Most High is changing the tide for Jonathan. And he's looking after Jonathan and the Jews in Jerusalem. He is simultaneously going to stabilize the Jews in the region of Egypt and beyond. So this isn't just the Jews in Jerusalem getting looked after. The Most High is curving events so that simultaneously as Jonathan is ascending and getting reasserted back into power, and the region's going to get stable in Israel and the surrounding areas, he's also going to stabilize a haven for Israel to come together in Egypt at the same time. Yes.
I think in previous classes you went into about how we weren't singing constantly. The Most High is working out things in the background.
Yes.
And
you know why? Because there's hell and danger in front of every single one of us.
Yeah, but we don't emphasize it enough. I know we teach as much as we can teach.
We tried.
We tried, bro. But we have to have a consciousness. We have to have a
I didn't like it.
Great.
We have to have a consciousness that the Most High is working and handling details that we're not conscious of. He's doing things and performing for you and looking out for you and defending you and trying to make a safe space for you without your knowledge.
Yeah. And this is where Dawi said the things written aforetime are written for your learning. If you handle the adversity properly, if you deal with the loss properly. Because listen, I know people online are all, and some people in class are like, damn, a war is always teaching about just being happy, suffering now. Being happy, having nothing. Why the hell is war always saying just smile when you don't have nothing?
You ain't supposed to have nothing.
And you ain't supposed. Why is whose doctrine is you ain't supposed to have nothing? Doctrine. That's almost like
Who created the syllabus?
who created this? Why are you pushing? You ain't supposed to have nothing. You better smile
It's the
during it.
opposite of prosperity preaching. It's the opposite of.
Well, how about I got something coming up? I got something cooking on that because prosperity teaching came about in the early 1900s,
Okay.
and it was a movement that church officials decided that it was important to change the scope and doctrine of how the Bible is taught. But anyway, that's a whole other story. What it lets you know is how the Bible was taught was completely opposite of what's being taught now. And people are taught now that prosperity is a solution. But just so we understand, we teach the importance of accepting your condition and being happy in your condition so that the Most High can promote you out of your condition.
Well, you've always said, I'm not trying to go back to the past. You've always said that, I think you answered one simultaneously said something similar. Tashawana said that you have to prepare for a future situation, but start now. Like if it's 2 years from now, you got to start working today to prepare yourself, to put yourself in the position for that blessing. And you've always said something similar. You said that you have to justify the blessing. Do my works justify the Lord? Give me said circumstance if I'm fit for said circumstance.
And just to clarify that even more, it's nothing wrong with wanting things.
Yeah.
But when you're sitting back here setting out a plan and an agenda to go from point A to point B or C or D, there's two paths that you have to take in order to get that. Listen, we can sit back here and play the save game all we want. We can sit back here and plan. We can create as much as we can create to put us in a position to get blessed. I am always a proponent for making smart, wise decisions to get yourself in a position to get where you want to be. Say, for instance, you want to eventually save up for a home or eventually save up for a car and all that good stuff. Listen, there is a logical, technical, methodical approach to getting to that place. And we're never going to sit back and say not to do that. But there's also a spiritual set of decisions that you have to go about in order to ensure that the decisions that you make on the logical side actually work out in your behalf. You have to do both. And I don't think our people understand the amount of spiritual currency.
Yes.
You have to save up to earn spiritual blessing.
So we're not saying don't have nothing, don't be happy.
You ain't never gonna be nothing.
You ain't gonna be nothing. Just shut up and eat your porridge. We're not saying
Instead of eat your porridge,
that's the spirit.
you slop.
People
you mean like those Matrix meals?
Yes. Just
those white Matrix slop. It was this, and the guy said it was full of amino acids and everything the body needs. It looked gross as hell. Right?
Yeah.
It was just that white slop. Right?
Yeah. But,
it looked worse than oatmeal.
That's what I'm saying. And we're not saying just eat your porridge and love it. What we're saying is that a lot of us are blessed beyond what we think we're blessed. A lot of us have more than we actually understand.
Well, that and what rules in life are we playing by?
Yeah, what rules, what set of principles?
When you sit back and serve the Most High, you're playing by a different set of rules. And if you understand that, then you have to go about figuring out what set of rules do you have to go by in order to get the Most High's attention. One, you take the logical steps to sit back here and get what you want. And two, you have to find joy in your service on another level that you once had not done. I was going over something, and I'm going to elaborate a little bit more later on down the line. But there was a statement that the men during Moses' time embraced, and it was why they were blessed. And when we read about the men that served Moses, the men that were locked into Moses, They said they loved liberty.
Now, what does that mean? I would like to know.
Listen, when you love liberty, the question was this. If I'm loving liberty, what do I hate? Because when we just left Israel or left Egypt, we were what?
Captivity.
We were slaves, literal physical slaves to Egypt, and we were mental slaves to Egypt. Right? So when Moses was trying to teach us to love liberty, then what will we really learn having to love? Now the question is this, the word love can be, or loving liberty can be somewhat misleading.
Yes.
Because the thought, when you think of liberty, you think of one of Dawiyah's famous statements, is sitting back here and being in the sun and smiling, and this is liberty. I'm free to do whatever I want. Is it that we left Egypt to be free to do what we wanted? Or did we leave Egypt to leave the physical oppression and the mindset, the carnal mindset that all of our people were living under the time of Pharaoh? That's what we were being free from. So once again, when we come out of the world, we're free from those particular sets of rules and those particular sets of guidelines to find success on earth. If you're a young woman, how do you find success in the world? You got to sit back here and compromise yourself in some form or fashion in order for you to get what you want. I'm going to say a story about, I was watching online, and if y'all know about Gilbert Arenas, he has like a podcast. And he said he was on court, he was courtside getting ready for a game, playing whoop-de-whoop, and he said Halle Berry walked by. And he was like, Halle Berry's walking by, hey man, she's a baddie, whatever. But then there was a bunch of Edomites, like high-end Edomites courtside too.
Yeah.
Harvey Weinstein, and all those big wig guys that run those major production companies. Yeah. And Halle Berry walked past them and didn't say nothing and kind of blew them off and didn't acknowledge they were there. And you know what those guys said? They said this: she wasn't saying that when she wanted her last role. She wasn't doing that when she was trying to get her the last role she had. She's acting now. She's acted different in public, but we know what she did to sit back here and get that role.
Mm-hmm. Monsters Ball. Huh?
Yes. Listen, that was on screen and before the screen, and now she's back doing another movie. So obviously her money ran out. Now she got to go back to that couch.
And they got to defile yourself.
Like now you got to go back to that couch.
Those poles of the Babylonian poles and
whatever you want to call it, Babylonian poles. Sir, do what you got to do to make your money. Yeah. What's the point? The point is, this is what you got to do to get success in the world. This is what you got to give up to sit back and find success. Men no different. So when the Most High says we have to learn how to love liberty, we are in serving Christ, serving the Most High. You're free from compromising your spirit to get what you want and grow on earth. That's what you're free from. That's what you're liberated from. That was the cost and the consequence of giving up your spiritual integrity. That's what you're saving yourself from.
Can you say that again?
No. We took too long to explain that. I wanted to kind of marinate for a second. When you leave the world and come to serving the Most High, you are free. You learn to be free from compromising your spirit to gain what you want in the world. I always say you're living by a different set of rules when you come to serve the Most High, right? These are the sets of rules that you're giving up. But it's a blessing. You are liberated from the compromise that it takes to get what you want in the world.
The shuck and jive.
Well, you're gaining in the world in the flesh. What are you giving up? What are all these rappers giving up? What do you think these Diddy parties is all about?
Promoting violence.
What do you think Epstein Island was about? It's all about what? You want to sit back here and hold a position of power? Then you got to have leverage put over you throughout life. We got to catch you slipping, and we got to have leverage dangling over you to where you can't get what you want in life because you're going to really serve us. You can't have principles. You can't have morals. You can't have values. You can't live a principled life. And how the Most High looks at things, having a principled life is what this is about. You have to live a life of principle to please the Most High, but you can't live a principled life in the world and get the things you're looking for. So what Moses was,
there's always a trade-off.
So what Moses was teaching us is you got to learn to love liberty. I love the fact that I can maintain my spirit and integrity and please the Most High and live this path with the hope that by maintaining my integrity, I can get rewarded that way.
Come.
But people don't understand what loving liberty is. Loving liberty is, I love the fact that I can maintain my integrity, but now I got to give something else up. In order to live an integrity-filled life, you have to make sure you're not compromising right from wrong and maintaining the purest of outlooks in order to be rewarded. I read something yesterday that really killed me, man. It was, I'm not going to give it up too much. I'm not going to even go there because that's another class. But it just showed how the Most High, I guess I got to say it, the Most High mentioned in Wars of the Jews, I'm not going to go to give the information, but it talked about how this man's disposition wasn't sober because his intention wasn't pure in his reason why he did something for the Most High. So he did something for the Most High, but his disposition wasn't sober. The Most High allowed the blessing to happen,
But he was great.
but his disposition wasn't sober because he did it partially because he was angry about how he was treated in Jerusalem.
So it's a righteous act, but it wasn't a righteous
That's
act?
the point I'm saying.
You're a good guy, but
the point is
guy?
this. It gave clarity to what a sober disposition was. If I love the law of liberty, I do everything I possibly can with the purest of intentions, and that's how you get blessings. People do good things, but their disposition isn't sober, and wonder why they don't get what they're looking for.
There's a difference between, service with a smile and service with a frown. You can still serve. You can still get service and do service, but what's your disposition as you do it?
And how about this? Then there is another level between service with a smile and service with a pure disposition. Because a lot of us can play the game. This is why when you counsel somebody to fake something, just do a good work and fake it. That's still the worst counsel you can give a person. You never counsel a person to fake good effort. You never counsel a person to fake good works because it's still untrue.
It's not sober.
The Most High wants you to give with a sober disposition. And in giving with a sober disposition is the purest of intent. Because that's what the Most High is looking at us when he determines, okay, these guys are in the truth. They say they want the law of liberty. These women serve the Most High and they say they want the law of liberty, but their intent isn't pure. So why am I going to give people the blessings they want if their intent isn't pure? He ain't doing it. But then we get upset and we start disliking the law of liberty, and we'd rather deal with that exchange in the world of compromising what you want to get what you want.
What if you're used to compromising?
Then you're not meant for this work. Because the Most High deals with us and he's focusing on the purest of our intent. And that's how he gives us the greatest blessings. And that is when you sit back here and your disposition is the purest, is the most humblest you can be in the eyes of the Most High. When you can truly find the best reason to do something. The best mindset to be in when you choose to give. That's what the Most High is looking for. And that is gold works. In comparison to wood, hay, and stubble works. Wood, hay, and stubble works is full of muddled intentions. Mixed intentions. Mixed motivations.
Like impure metals.
Mixed desires. mixed desires. It's that miry clay. There's good in there, but there's a lot of crap. And the Most High sees right through you. Just like Christ saw the intention of a man's heart. And this is what our life serving the Most High is all based upon. The Most High is trying to purge the part of us that say we want the law of liberty, but we really don't. And our life in the truth is based upon purging that disposition or that mindset or that motivation that is impure, mixed with purity. That's not good enough for the Most High. For what we want, whatever endeavor we're shooting for. Just keep this in mind. We'll go into this class maybe in 2 weeks. Is your intention pure? Is your perspective in your service to the Father pure as you're going towards it? And the purest intention you can ever get to is, it doesn't matter if I get what I want or not. I'm going to still give you the best I got.
Sometimes the mind screw of the purest intentions comes from imagination. And I can only speak for myself when I say that, you first come into truth, you get the scripture like, you serve Christ, you receive 100-fold in this lifetime. Yeah. 100 houses, whatever you foresee.
100 racks,
100 houses, 100 everything.
100 cars.
So, in the beginning, my mind was like, you know what? I don't mind throwing everything away in the world.
Let me get it back.
I'm going to get it back.
There you go.
But then what happens when I've been going and going and going, I ain't get nothing back?
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay, well, I know the scripture's true, but maybe this ain't working.
Yeah.
Because I thought the scripture said you're supposed to get 100-fold.
The system might be broken.
He said in this lifetime. I ain't got to wait to die to get blessed. So
that's what the rapper said.
Yeah.
Why they gotta go to die to go to heaven?
Yeah.
The earth is already in space.
Yeah. So the mind frame is what happens when my imagination isn't satisfied, and the Most High strings me along because what He's doing is he's testing my intention.
Yep.
So you'll do it, and you'll give and you'll sacrifice with the notion that you know that you're going to get something, a reward.
That means you're operating in the spirit of a hireling.
Yes.
You're a mercenary. What we show the Most High is that we're mercs. We're righteous mercs.
Yeah.
We're righteous mercs, right? I'll do it for God, but I want something not to do.
Right.
Why do you think half those guys fought in the Crusades?
Oh, why?
To become landowners and to become lords. Because if they kicked ass enough, they'd be lords and they'd get land and own property. Hell yeah, I'm going to go to war. I ain't got nothing in the bank. I will wear that cross and put that chainmail on. And I will fight these Arabs. For God's sake.
God and country, yeah.
Is it really for God?
Or is it more for country?
Do you want to or is it for your land?
Yeah.
Is it really for country? Or if you win and you fight and you come back, you get knighted and you come up? And now you're up all of a sudden?
Yeah, I'm up all of a sudden.
Now you're up all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Now you can enjoy it. Yes, sir?
It's kind of like right now, we got these ice agents, and Trump made the requirement super easy. You can be 18 years old, fresh out of high school. They're getting paid $200,000.
Yeah.
And that's the incentive. The incentive, whether you're Hispanic yourself, the incentive to portray your people is that $200,000 check.
Yeah.
So you can come up.
Same thing with Border Patrol.
Huh?
Sit back and take advantage of your people.
See, bro, you see Israelites.
So you
in terms of Israelites. I say.
Well, it was the same thing. It was the same thing with Buffalo Soldiers.
Same exact
It's cool. You gotta get the best of Jake to destroy Gad.
They look just like them.
Yeah, you're destroying your people, and you're getting medals. I'm giving you a medal for destroying Geronimo.
You get a pension
and destroy these people
because they couldn't
destroying your nation.
They couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it. So you gotta get Jake, the baddest of Jake, to destroy your people. Yeah. And I was a Buffalo Soldier. You was a sellout. So you sold out your nation for some pension. And I'm not trying to knock our people, but you got to call a spade, right or wrong.
Because a lot of our people ducked off and entered those tribes and became Gadites, quote unquote.
Especially in Florida.
Honor Gadites.
In Florida, yeah. In Florida, we did.
And there's some sellout Gadites too that were like,
those scouts.
Scouts.
Like, listen, you ever seen those movies like Geronimo? Like you want to punch that's why they punched the scout out. Like, what are you doing, Ak? Mm-hmm. Why you sell your people out? You know our hideouts. You don't bring them to us, Ak. What's your problem? I got uniform. You in for a uniform, like a blue suit? What's your damn problem? These Edomites were clowning you and tearing you down the whole time. I have suit and a couple dollars. Like, what? I can talk engine talk because I'm engine, so I can talk it.
I want to do that.
Huh? I am. He can't say it. I can say it. What's that?
Go ahead.
Listen, I am. So now, for everybody who's gay, I am too. Or Reuben, or whatever you choose to be. Whatever side you choose to be. I'm Reuben. Whatever side of the Mason-Dixon line you was raised on. Cool. This side of the Mason-Dixon? I was east of the Mason-Dixon, so that means I'm Reuben. Anyway. Where am I at? I can kind of run on a Reuben rant for a second.
But our people have this false notion about how to get a blessing. We live by a different set of principles, and people have an imagination coming to the truth, which I had the same. I had the Bentley imagination.
Bentley's
I'm gonna get a Bentley. I'm for the truth. I'm gonna ride a Bentley like Sean Combs.
Oh, man.
I'm gonna ride like that.
The question is, were you going to drive the Bentley, or you got somebody driving for you?
I was gonna drive.
It defeats the purpose to have a Bentley if you don't have a driver at. You got to have a driver if you're a Bentley. You got to have the money to hire a driver.
I'm serving the Lord. I'm sacrificing. I'm giving it up. I know I'm getting out of this. I know I'm finna
Smashed up the gray one.
Yeah,
Bought me a red.
Red.
I work hard. I work hard. I look what I do. I serve the Most High, the Lord. The least I can get out of this is a bit. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for much.
That's much. That's pretty much. That's a lot. Oh my goodness.
But that's the same principle when it comes to liberty. Do I value the work? Is the work enough for me? Is the service enough for me? Is being righteous enough for me to go that hard?
So I took it there, but I want to bring it back. I don't know why I even started going this path, but what I was talking about before I started talking about the law of liberty was how later on in these chapters, the Most High is synchronizing Israel's stability, not just in Israel, but also in Egypt and surrounding countries. And that's what we're going to be reading about in a little bit, maybe next week. But let's continue. First Maccabees 10:1. Okay, let's get you set up, Elisha. No, Karai, because you got to go first.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatam, Bana Shah, Bana Shalom.
Karaya, Shah Shabbatam, Bana Shah, Bana Shalom. I'm up. Yahweh Hashem Shabbatam.
Yahweh Hashem Shabbatam.
All right, there's Shabbatam. Okay, so it's First Maccabees 10:1.
First Maccabees, chapter 10, and verse 1. In the 160th year, Alexander, the son of Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, went up and took Ptolemais, for the people had received him, by means whereof he reigned there.
So this is still at a time when the Ptolemaic Empire in Egypt is weakened. They're not the top dog. They are servants to the Seleucid line, where their capital city is in Antioch, which is present-day Turkey. The present-day king and leader of the Seleucid line is Demetrius I. And his father, oh my goodness, is the brother of Antiochus Epiphanes. I forgot his name. Point is that this guy Alexander Balas claims to be the son of Antiochus Epiphanes. So he initially goes down to the Ptolemaic Empire to see if he would get backing from the Egyptian line. Because obviously there was words and rumors of grumblings and discontentment about how Demetrius I was handling the affairs of the Egyptian Empire. So the Ptolemaic line makes a declaration that they back Alexander Balas. Okay? Now history says Alexander Balas was an imposter, and he wasn't of the lineage of Antiochus Epiphanes. The Jews believed he did, so that's all that mattered. Yep. And so did the Ptolemies believe he did. Yep.
He passed the test.
He passed the test. Whatever he had to prove, he proved it to them, and they backed him. Let's continue, Quran.
Verse 2. Now when King Demetrius heard thereof, he gathered together an exceeding great host and went forth against him to fight.
So once he said, okay, this guy's got a portion of the region I control, now I got to fight him and control this insurrection. So if you have, Alexander Bolus has Egypt, Seleucid or Demetrius has all of Turkey, Babylon going east, and the Levant, which is Samaria, Israel, Syria, Philistia, and Tyre and Zidon. That's the Levant. So you would logically think the point of fighting would be for the Levant. Because if he's already got Egypt, he's working his way north. So Demetrius has to work his way south. So the land of contention is the Jews' land, Syria, Edom, Tyre and Zidon, and Syria. That is going to be the focal point. Whoever can take that land will eventually take the entire country themselves. So this is a strategic point that has to be dealt with. So before we go further on that, hold this and go to Josephus, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
You got a question, sis?
The Levant. Levant. The Levant is the region, that region in particular, of ancient Tyre. Well, if in present day terms, the Levant would be Lebanon, Israel, Jordan, Syria. That region is the Levant. Okay. So, Gaza, that area. So let's do this, Cry. Book 13 in the Josephus Antiquities, chapter 2, paragraph 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1, page 337.
Nope.
Paragraph 1. Now in the 160th year, it fell out that Alexander, the son of Antiochus Epiphanes, came up into Syria and took Ptolemais. The soldiers, having betrayed it to him, for they were at enmity with Demetrius.
The soldiers, so really, he didn't even attack the Ptolemaic Empire. Alexander Bala did the deal with the soldiers and the jurisdiction that was in control of the Ptolemaic Empire. Meaning, obviously, Demetrius had vassals that was over the region of Egypt. And Alexander Bala came down there, and the vassals, whoever was in charge of the region, betrayed it from Demetrius to Bala. Read on.
It says
enmity with Demetrius, for they were at enmity with Demetrius.
Yeah, for they were at enmity with Demetrius on account of his insolence and difficulty of access.
It was hard to reach him. Demetrius was a no-show.
Yeah.
He didn't sit back and deal with problems. He didn't sit back and take care of his men. He didn't back his men. What people don't understand is one of the key responsibilities of leadership is to back your men. Back the program. Enforce the rules that you set forth. It's your job to enforce it.
Oh, yeah.
So you have to enforce the program. And you have to enforce and back the men who are enforcing the program. That's leadership 101. You're going to sit back here and the men that are fighting for the stand that you're setting, you're supposed to sit back and throw them under the bus?
Nope.
Because it's convenient to you? Order is order, and order has to be maintained at all costs. But this guy wasn't backing the men because he wouldn't leave his damn tower. He was into his comfort and his life and whatever celebrity he established, and he was above taking steps back to manage issues. We're not going over that today because we went over that already. Continue.
For he shut himself up in a palace of his that had 4 towers, which he had built himself, not far from Antioch.
So we said he built a place with 4 towers. What does 4 towers represent back in these days? What were the towers representing?
Stronghold.
They were military installations.
So he's completely protected and insulated.
That's the point. The towers, four towers, that means you had 4 corners of military garrisons around you. That's what the citadel was in Jerusalem.
Accra.
But it was in Jerusalem.
Mm-hmm.
It was Accra in Jerusalem. There was a separate area that was a police garrison, a military garrison. So you can do what you want out there, but we're secure in here. So Demetrius had a secure garrison in his little fortress where he was comfortable and insulated from the real world. And you can't live that way and lead at the same time. And you can't live that way and grow at the same time. Either way. Read on.
He was withal slothful.
Because what's the point of this? The point is, if you stay insulated, whether it's out of fear of loss, did he not lose it? He ends up losing at the end.
And either way.
So you invested all these materials, human material, human energy, human time to protect yourself, and all that insulation doesn't protect you at the end. All that living and operating, trying to protect yourself, you end up getting hurt anyway. Am I right or wrong? So you might as well fight what's inside of you and live. Because when you try to protect yourself, you end up being ruined anyway.
So you're saying that our idea of protecting ourselves, is really vain.
Because we make decisions, whether it's him or us, we make decisions to insulate ourselves from harm.
Like,
Whether it's military harm or it's spiritual harm. Why don't you extend yourself to sisters? Because you're afraid of getting hurt. Why do you extend yourself to brothers? Because you're afraid of getting let down. That's death. That is equivalent to this guy sitting back here and is putting up all these walls, protecting himself from harm. You're harming yourself, protecting yourself from harm.
Can I put one scripture for that?
Yeah.
Psalms 127 and the first verse. Psalms 127, first verse.
Wow. Psalms chapter 127, verse 1. Except the Lord build the house.
Except the Most High establish the direction that you're going. Read.
They labor in vain that built it.
The efforts towards maintaining what you're building, if the Lord doesn't back it up, it becomes vanity. Read.
Except the Lord keep the city.
Except the Lord keep and protect and maintain it and maintenance the affairs of the city. Read.
The watchman waketh but in vain.
It goes back to the point so that we have no power, that we're powerless. That the only power you truly have is duty, the power of duty, and the power of intention.
And character. Power of intention. And you have to make decisions based on building your spirit. When we say building your spirit, all that means is building your character, your spiritual character. That is the currency we have. When you want the Most High on your side, you have to make decisions that build your spirit / spiritual character. And you can't live in these isolated boxes running from what's inside of you. So what we're reading about Demetrius in a physical, military, strategic leadership realm is a microcosm for how we live in our life.
Yeah.
We create a life or a bubble that protects us from fighting our battle, or that protects us from our fears, that protects us from loss, that protects us from being exposed. Yeah. And you can't live a life serving the Most High if you don't attack your fears, your doubts, your insecurities, your dysfunction. We are supposed to live a life attacking that. But that is living a life of liberty.
But you were saying previous, just to clarify, you were saying that there's a way that people go about things that makes logical sense, logical structural sense. 4 towers, so I can sleep at night. I'm surrounded by towers. I can sleep. I get some good rest.
Mm-hmm.
But spiritually, if I'm not justified by the Most High and protected by the Most High, I'm really exposed either way.
Listen, do you really get good sleep? If a paranoid person, does a paranoid person ever stop being paranoid?
No.
There was a person that my father introduced us to many years ago. In this cat's life that we're talking about, I forgot the guy's name, but he had a bad experience and was assaulted, maybe in the streets or something happened. And we went to this guy's house. He was a nice guy, but this guy was like a white collar Brother Lynch hung out.
But what is that?
He was a white collar Brother Lynch hung out. He was like, this AK, they had all kind of, I don't even know all the names of guns out. Yeah, he showed this gun and this gun. He had like 70 guns in his house. Huh? He was a Punisher. He was Frank Castle. He was Frank Castle. He was whatever you want to call it. Frank Castle, Brother Lynch hung.
Blade.
Listen, this guy had remember the Matrix? He says, I need guns. Lots of guns. He had that real dry monotone. Lots of guns. Like, all these guns came out. He had all kind of these shooting guns out. He went to the headquarters, CIA headquarters, FBI headquarters out. He was just blasting everybody out with his black trench coat.
Yeah.
Listen, like this guy had like Blade assortment of weapons out. And he was excited. He had guns everywhere. Then he sit back and go in his he had like a gun like closet.
Oh, word.
And I was like, this is a lot of guns.
It's like Rambo or something.
And then the question is, are you ever going to be able to get to all these guns if it's going down? Yeah. How many hands do you have? Yeah. Are you like there was a character like a Marvel character named Hit Monkey? You don't got like toes you can sit back and shoot people in, huh? Because he can sit back and use his monkey toes to shoot too. Like he got three. Listen, you don't got like 3 limbs to shoot at. You don't got it like that. So what are you doing? Why do you need 70 guns, huh? Why did he keep buying guns? Why wasn't 10 enough?
The paranoia was feeding us.
That's the point I'm saying. If 5 isn't enough, then 10 won't be enough. If 10 ain't enough, then 20 ain't gonna be enough. You think he stopped buying guns at 70? You think he stopped at 70?
I have enough.
Listen, now he kept going.
Yeah, we had a customer like that too.
Kinda.
Under every coffee table, lampstand, end table, there's a holster. Every table we picked up, there's a holster screwed to the underneath the table. So if you ever come in unannounced, he gonna kick the table up, pull it.
And you slide like
the dinner table had holsters on the screwed on the bottom. It's like
his name is John Wick. Yeah. Like, come on, is John Wick out here? I got gold coins that you gotta break up the floor to get gold coins and kill people at? What is this, huh?
Oh my goodness.
This is an example of the 4 towers. Why do you need 4 towers? Let's say, for instance, you got 30 men each tower. You got to do, I got to get my flank. How many more men do you need?
You think all the guns is for?
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
That's my point. All of that protection doesn't change the hand of the Most High with getting you.
If we touch it.
So the best defense is service to the Lord.
Well, I love that Scarface part of the movie where I believe he said, "What's up with all these screens you got?" He said, "Where do I sleep better? Yeah, I sleep better."
But how about all those screens didn't keep you from getting that sniper guy getting you in the back?
From the back.
You're like, "Oh no, you can't touch me! You can't touch me!" Ah! It still didn't get him, huh? It still didn't work. The guy with the black shades on?
Yeah. He came in with the black shades.
The Assassino, I don't know how to say that right. Assassinones? Whatever the hell it is, huh? And he solved the problem. Yeah. What am I saying? All these technical maneuvers, carnal maneuvers to protect you, doesn't save you at the end.
It's in vain if you're not kept by the Lord.
That's the
point. So what do I owe the Lord?
Is the constant process of breaking what's inside of you. And that spiritual inventory and that developing of your character is your protection. But we don't think that way. This is why A lot of our people find security and happiness with a certain amount of money in the bank. Freedom, time, whatever our thing is to give us comfort. Our comfort should be in the fact that I've been really working on me. And I know I've been working on me. And the Most High is blessing me because I'm working on me. Do you really believe that?
Can I put one scripture?
Yeah.
On that same point. Psalms 3 and 6.
I'm never getting out of this chapter.
Hey man, we're gonna be here all day. I just love it. Because this is relevant.
It is.
Psalms 3 and 6.
All right.
So you have one perspective, which is if the Most High doesn't keep the city, then all is in vain anyway.
Yep.
And it was a waste. And these towers that we built, because whereas Demetrius built towers, we built our own towers.
That's why I brought the correlation.
Yeah, we built our own towers in our own way.
And we'll manufacture a way to protect ourselves.
To insulate ourselves to feel that I feel comfort mindset.
Yeah.
I got 2 rock walls by my bed. I feed them leg.
That's what I'm saying. You got guns under your bed.
Yeah, I got guns in my bed. I got cameras. I got cameras on camera. I got a my phone texts me, let me know somebody's by the door.
Yeah.
Let's read right here. What was David's perspective?
All right. Psalms chapter 3 and verse 6. I will not be afraid.
I will not be afraid. I think we've been harping on fear for the past maybe 3 classes.
Yeah.
Country one hit fear. You're hitting fear. I hit a little fear yesterday.
Yeah.
Read.
All right. It says, I will not be afraid of 10,000s
Now,
of people.
Hold on. Do you think this is just a song? Because he was singing song. This was a song. Do you think this was just a lyric, an overboard, exaggerated lyric? I would not be afraid of the 10,000 Yankee man.
Yeah.
Is it really about a song lyric of him not being afraid of the Yankee man out?
Yeah.
Or does he really believe and understand that if there's 10,000 people to hurt him, then it's the will of the Father either way?
True faith, though.
But that's the point. Listen. If I have true faith, and if you've lived the right way, if it's the will of the Father to have these 10,000 men take you, then it's the will of the Father. But if it's not the will of the Father for me to be harmed that day, it won't happen. Either way, do you have faith enough to accept the good and the bad? That's what he's saying. Do you think he's saying, I'm not afraid of the 10,000 because I am oblivious to the belief that I might die today?
And I'm just a G.
And I'm just so hard, and I ain't got no fear at all. And if whatever happens, I ain't gonna die. Is it that? Is it the spirit of not? What's the thing? The thought I'm trying to think. Arrogance or just this?
To be not with a bold man.
Or is it about being overly bold, or is it the spirit of, however this goes down, I'm comfortable with how I've lived. I'm comfortable with the decisions I've made. So good, bad, or indifferent, I can take the deal.
Yeah, people thought that.
Because that's the root of it.
They say win, lose, or draw. I'm content with who I am as a man about how I live.
Because ultimately, that's all you got to bring to the table. So the Most High brought 10,000 men to you, and you had to be a martyr, then I got to accept that. If I serve the Most High and I die poor, I got to accept that. If I serve the Most High and the Most High don't give me a rib, I got to what?
Nobody said nothing. Nobody backed on that one.
I ain't God's word. I ain't the word of the Lord.
There's a lot of fish out there swimming.
There's plenty of fish. There's plenty for me. Swimming, that's hilarious. This is the stance that David is explaining. If there's 10,000 men surrounding me, am I going to be afraid? Logically, yes. And a person that deals with courage does not operate in the absence of what?
Fear.
Just because you have courage don't mean you're not obviously afraid. Do you think if he was surrounded by 10,000 men, he wouldn't be afraid of death? Yes, he'd be afraid of death, but he would also be able to accept it. There is a difference between being crippled with fear and accepting the fate the Most High has for you. Because the truth is this: what is the only way you can destroy the spirit of fear? How can you face your fear? If my fear ultimately is being abandoned, because a lot of us have a fear of abandonment. If my fear is abandonment, what's the only way, spiritual way, you can truly break the fear of abandonment? That if the Most High's will is for me to be alone, then that's my will. Then that's my will. Then that's my acceptance.
Right.
If your fear is death, then you know what? I have to accept that eventually I could die doing this. If my fear is death, then I have to accept that if I'm martyred, so be it. What is the only way? There's no other long-term consolation that can fix it. If I'm afraid of death, I can say, oh man, it ain't gonna happen to you, dog. You'll be good. Maybe not. How do you break that fear? The only way you break it is the acceptance that it could happen. And be okay with the fact that whatever you might want might not go down how you want it. For some sisters who are afraid of being a second wife, and this is plaguing you, how do you deal with that? Is being consoled it's going to be all right, it's going to happen to you? Is that really going to work?
No.
It's the acceptance that this could damn happen to you. And can you live with the reality that it could be you? If you break that, then you can accept whatever is meant for you or not meant for you. This is the same thing with him saying, if 10,000 are, I'm not going to be afraid. Yes, the Most High is going to be there for you. That's what he's going to say in a second. But the Most High is going to be there for you, whether it's your time to go or it's your time to continue on. Isn't that what the three holy children, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, said to Nebuchadnezzar?
Okay.
We're about to get thrown in this fire. I know the Most High can come through for us. But he might not if it's not his will. And if it's not his will, I'm still not folding in my integrity. What does that mean? The only way to overcome the issues in yourself is to accept the worst. And accept the notion that if the worst happens to me, it still doesn't change my love to the Most High. And it still doesn't change my allegiance to the Most High. That is the only way to neutralize the fear that haunts each and every one of us. There's no other solution. You can console, talk, make people feel good, which is nothing wrong with that. But those are still only quick fixes. Short-term ease to a plague that will continue to haunt you until you make the decision that whether you get it or not, you're fine with serving the Most High, and it doesn't change this deal and this life and course that I'm going through. That's the only way to break it. There's no other way to break it. Can you live with that? Because that's what the Most High is forcing every one of us to confront. What's your greatest fear? And can you still serve the Most High if you got to face it? What's the worst that can happen in your brain in living this godly life? And whatever the worst I can face, being let down, being taken advantage of, losing, can I live with all the cons because the pros are so much greater? Didn't Paul say, I counted everything I was able to accomplish in the world dung in order for the excellency of Christ? But how can Paul say nothing everything in the world he accomplished was nothing in compared to the excellency of Christ? But in pursuing the excellency of Christ, I got beat, shipwrecked, stoned to death thrice. I got beat thrice, 40 lashes a pop.
Yep.
3 times of 40 max. I got shipwrecked, bit by serpents. My body is broken down. But it was still an excellent decision over comfort, ease, notoriety, respect, and gain in the world. It was still a greater, more excellent decision to suffer. Listen, I can't say this for a fact, but can you imagine the trauma? We can talk about Edomite words like trauma. Are you going back on a boat after a boat shipwrecks and capsizes?
It wasn't sound.
And you're doing some Titanic shit on some wood board?
In the ice water?
Kicking your feet in the Aegean or the Mediterranean? Because that's what he did. If you have a shipwreck, your ship capsizes, and you better hold on to something to float.
And the Aegean Sea is shark filled and it's cold.
Listen, all that water's cold. How long are you gonna be shipwrecked for? Do you think it was technology back in them days, Zach? Where you had these people that Mayday, the ship didn't come in, we had to come down and get them.
Mayday.
You think there was ship crews to come pick up other ship crews back in the ancient times? You better sit back here.
They were shooting flares.
And there wasn't no flares.
Yeah.
Flare. You better sit back here and say, we was going this way. You better doggy paddle up there, my dude. What else was going on? You better hope another boat passes by.
May the gods be with them.
Yeah, the gods. May Poseidon make their journey swift.
Have mercy upon them.
May Poseidon calm the waters for these fellows.
That's all you got.
That's all you got, my dude. What am I trying to say? You barely get through it one time.
Yep.
And your job is to go on another boat next month? There ain't trains, man. There's no trains out there. You're not walking and there's no train. The only way to get around is get on another boat the next time.
Yeah.
Why am I taking my time to explain this? Because what did Paul have to accept? If I'm going to die of drowning, then so be it. I have to do my job for the Most High. Why is that such an important thing to explain? Because he couldn't do his work. He couldn't continue his work until he accepted the worst possible situation that he can ever deal with.
And he couldn't say, it wasn't like the sons of Pharisees.
He couldn't say, listen, now you can't say that and say that what I gave up was way greater than what I was nothing compared to what I got. Do you think you want to go back in the jungle and teach more jungle people after snakes bite you? And you're sick and your leg is 3 times the size of what it used to be and you almost die?
Or
In the background, give him this root. Drink this root. And you might be all right.
It's a red in there.
It's 50-50.
It's a little
and then
bloody.
here's the guy said, it's 50-50 if he survives. Like, what? You sitting back here like, oh, you're in and out of that consciousness.
Yeah.
Because you're doing God's work and you got bit and your leg is swollen and you feel like you're about to die.
They got those face tattoos.
You have 102 fever, right? And they got like bones in their mouth.
Yeah.
He might live, he might not. Like, what the hell is this? What am I doing with my life?
Yes.
I could be in Jerusalem, being okay.
Yeah.
Dealing with these jungle tribes, huh?
Yeah.
Because God wanted me to. Do I have to do this? Why am I explaining it this way? Because this is the reality of it. When you start serving the Most High, you start looking at the real risk that it comes with.
Yeah.
And can you accept that however bad it gets, I can live with how bad it gets and still spin it like it's a better decision than compromising my spirit in the world? That is the mindset the Most High is expecting from us if we are going to thrive in this arena. This is the only way you can truly attack your fears and kill that fear. Because if you any other way, that fear still lingers. Am I right or wrong? The only way to kill the fear is to accept the worst that can happen. If you're going to die, you're going to die. If you're going to sit back here and be a second wife, then that's what it's going to be. That doesn't change my choice to serve the Most High. If I'm going to be ribless or husbandless, then so be it. If I'm going to try and get abandoned, then so be it. If I'm going to do good works and not get the benefit of it, then so be it. This is why we teach that. We don't teach acceptance of your worst condition because we just like to see Israel broke and have nothing. And we're not saying like you ain't SHIT, and you ain't gonna ever be SHIT, and you ain't never been SHIT. That's not the mindset we're trying to instill in Israel.
Yeah.
But you have to accept that if I get what I want or not, that doesn't change what I was chosen to do. If I'm riding via every damn day, does that change what I was chosen to do? If I don't get what I wanted to do or what I expected, does it change what I was chosen to do for God? No. And if you want to sit back here and truly be free in Christ, then this is the cost. Whatever you're afraid of, it doesn't matter if you go through it. So, going back to your verse in Psalms, right? What was that verse?
3 and 6.
Read that.
Psalms chapter 3 and verse 6. I will not be afraid of 10,000s of people that have set themselves against me
That
round about.
not only just 10,000 people, but they're determined to take
Yes.
to produce. It's not just 10,000 people, because we have this. I got stage fright. I'm just nervous. People are looking at me. I have to make a speech. People are watching me. These people have malicious intent, and they want bad and harm for you. And David's still not budging and folding on his confidence in Christ. We did that last point, the second point, one more time.
Right. It says, that has set themselves against me round about.
The key point is you have no way out. Roundabout means there's no escapes. I think Israel has a real issue when they don't have plan Bs.
Yep.
We don't have plan Bs, or at least the option to quit. That's when we get the most afraid.
Okay.
I don't have the option to run.
And even if I do have even if I do, I'm secure in my castle. Read Isaiah chapter 48, verse 22. Even if I do feel like I'm fully protected, I got all the straps in the closet.
Yep.
I'm fully guarded. I got camera systems.
Huh.
I got Rottweilers. I got dogs. I got all these different preventative measures.
Yep.
Read that.
Right. Isaiah chapter 48 verse 22.
Mm-hmm.
There is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked.
So even though I secure myself with whatever guardians I have or weapons I have, if I'm not in the right spirit with the Most High won't allow me to have that peace that I'm fighting for, or that I paid for, or that I secured myself with, or that I surrounded myself with. The Most High said, the Scripture said what?
It says, there is no peace, saith the Lord, unto the wicked.
It says peace, the fifth definition. Freedom from agitation or disturbance by the passions, as from fear, terror, anger, anxiety, or the like. No quietness of mind or quietness of consciousness. So even though I'm in my castle, what won't the Most High give me mentally? He won't give me mental peace. I could be in my castle, I could be fully guarded, but my thoughts is tearing me up.
Mm-hmm.
My conscience is killing me. I got all the guards I want, but my mind won't let me rest. The Most High won't let me rest because my intentions are off.
Yeah.
So, and one thing you can't run away from your mind. You can't run away from your thoughts. So the Most High will meet you where you are.
Yeah.
He'll meet you in your mind.
You can have all the guys, the guards that protect you.
Yeah, you can have all the dogs, the pit bulls, the Rottweilers. You can have all the cameras, but the Most High will meet you where you're off at. And most of the time, we're off mentally, we're off spiritually. So the Most High will meet you there and not let you rest until you submit, because ultimately that's what it's about. It's submit and do the Lord's will, or I can insulate myself and do my will. Either way, there's no running away. That's my point.
It's like Jonah.
There's no getting
Jonah
away.
thought he could run away though. You had a whole class
They can
about
get
it.
away. Yeah.
He was going to go to Spain now.
Yeah.
It must have been beautiful in Spain.
Well, there's Israelites in Spain. How about that?
Yeah.
There's Jews in Spain, but it had to be beautiful out there to want to go see Spain.
Yeah.
You want to go to your happy place, which this place we've always wanted. We want our happy place, but how about you can't have a happy place if you're off with God?
Yeah.
Our happy place is really being in order with the Father, and making sure that we cut off we cross our T's and dot our I's out. It goes back to that.
And some of us may not fear a particular thing, loss, death, but we fear not knowing what's going to happen. A lot of us fear the unknown because you can't see the unknown. Then I have a problem with control.
Yep.
Because I try to control situations so I can manipulate the future.
Mm-hmm.
So I can manipulate what's going to happen. And so that's a form of fear too. Is when I'm afraid of not knowing what's going to happen. So I'm just going to try to navigate and force the course of the river and fix the situation now to make sure that I'm not in this situation. And Ecclesiastes 11, read this real quick. Ecclesiastes chapter 11. Read verse 19.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 19. Whereas he saith, I have found rest.
A man may manipulate his situations so that he can create his own form of peace. He can create his own form of comfort or security. And he feels like what I create and fabricate, I'm going to rest in my decision making, my wisdom, the things that I did to make sure that I protect myself. I got my ducks in a row. You know, I set up the 401k. I've already thought about all these things. He said when a man fabricates his own peace, read on.
Right. And now will I eat continually my goods.
I fabricated my own peace so I can take care of myself. So I'm still not dependent on the Most High. I'm still trying to eat off the things that I built, that I controlled. Read on.
Says, and yet he knoweth not what time shall come upon him, and that he must leave those things to others and die.
So even if I try to fabricate my own future and manipulate my own future and create my own future, the things that I create, I might not enjoy anyway. Because who did I not submit to? The Most High.
And it goes back to the premise that if you work on your character, the Most High will send you the blessings that were meant for you that won't leave. It still goes back to that. When you remove all of our forms of manipulation and control, what people think is that when you remove all of your mechanisms to control the situation, then there's no way you're going to get the things you need. But it's actually opposite in this realm. When you remove your forms of manipulation, then the Most High can send you the blessing so you know it was only Him. You have to remove your forms of manipulation so you know it was the Father and it wasn't you. Because if you're manipulating A, B, and C, then was it you or was it the Most High? Well, do you really think it was? I know when we're sitting back here building this school, we can sit back and frame and decide and plan all we want. We would plan and plan and plan and it wouldn't work out. Then we sit back here and what the hell are we going to do about ABC issue? Then all of a sudden, we'd be in the phone and something pop out of nowhere. Like, damn, this was the Most High.
Yeah.
And the Most High would manifest scenarios to where there was no doubt it was the Most High's providence and love for us that gave us this.
If we sit down
and it wasn't us.
If we sit down and think about it, it happened about 8 to 10 times.
Yes.
Where it was like, we ain't got no, we just got to abandon the school project for a little while. And then something pop out the blue. Whether it be a brother coming in from out of town and offering assistance, a brother in town offering assistance, or whatever. But we hit a wall and not know how we're going to get past this wall.
Multiple walls.
And the Most High would aid us and help us find a way and drop us off a breadcrumb or drop us off a piece of meat like he did Elijah by the brook.
Yeah.
You know, he'd send the raven to drop the meat off.
Yep.
That's how I felt building this school.
But this is how, and this is why we've learned over time, we can manufacture and plan multiple things.
Control scenario.
And try and attempt to control. It's not like you don't set up plans and we're ignorant to planning and figuring things out and strategizing. We're not ignorant to that and we're not against that. But there's only so much you can plan out before the Most High says, no, I don't want to do it that way. I'm going to show you I'm with you this way. But can you wait and stay in order and your intention be sober in your disposition while I send you what I'm going to send you so you know it was me? How many times did the Most High in war purposely want us to have smaller numbers? Purposely choose the weaker versions of a situation to remove pride from us.
Oh, yeah.
This is why you have to wait. This is why there is a level of planning and then there's a level of waiting that you have to tap into. Because if you don't, you will think it was you and you won't remember it was the Most High. Mm-hmm. This is why you have to wait. And this is why you have to be okay with not having what you want. Not to tear a person down, but if you accept whether I got it or not, I'm good. Then the Most High will show you that He's real. And then your bond gets closer with Him. I'm sorry.
No, I love what you're saying. I go back to even one of the first incidents. Just we're talking about building the school, but I mean, even when the things had collapsed, and just the Jew stock market crashed, the Jew market crashed out. You have this moment where how do we build it back? We've been here before, but it just happened to build. It just happened to be dancing, doing some salsa. He was just doing some salsa when they and came up with met somebody through a dance, and they had contracts for movers,
Mm-hmm.
and we were kind of not really, I didn't know anything about moving. I just help out, but I don't know anything about this situation. Weren't we just doing about that Assumption One a couple days ago?
Absolutely.
We made plans, but who would know that you have to do salsa and bachata and then find the hookup to get consistent work for the men? The Most High had to open those doors and create those situations.
And this guy wasn't even really doing the work.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
The Most High came out of an unexpected source. He gave us security from an unexpected source on multiple occasions.
To let us know that you can think of all you want to, and you should continue to make plans. But if you're making plans, I'm not going to give you the blessings from your plans most of the time. I'm going to give you from directions that you know was the Father and not you. Mm-hmm. He does to us all, even right now, this new venture. We've been talking about new ventures, all them for months. We got to think ahead. We got to think ahead, though. We got to think ahead. We got to have vision. Mm-hmm. Someone's trying to get vision, but the Most High, all your vision angles ain't working. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to now sit back here, and I'm going to send you the vision I want you to tap into. Whether it's on a business level, whether it's on a building level. This is how the Most High teaches us. When men want to sit back here and pursue ribs, how many times your angle and your game works? How many times you spitting? Does that work? No. Because half the time you might get them, it don't last. Most High sends you a rib. How about that? He sends you your help. You can act like it's true or not. He will send you what you need. And all your little phony baloney moves only bring about STDs and sadness and child support. Right or wrong? Just saying. When you sit back and do it spiritual, those moves last. When you wait for the Most High, those moves last. Or for women, you sit back and get what you want. Guess what? He's gone after that. When you sit back and try to force the course and get what you want, okay, you can go ahead and get what you want. It don't mean you're gonna stay. We're all subject to this concept. Either you stay in order and wait for something that's more substantial, or you force the course and you lose. Anyway, y'all got any more y'all want?
I agree with that. I'm just saying we are prisoners of hope.
Yep.
Like the scripture says.
Yes, that means you can't escape the fact that you got to wait and hope for something to work out. And that's all we try to teach. Stop trying to manufacture your blessing. Learn how to do what you can and wait. And I'm not saying be this lazy guy that says, God, just give me everything I need and I do nothing. It's not that. Can you do what you can and then wait? Can you make certain particular plans, but not try to control them and allow the Most High to show you He's there for you?
Anyway. And that's what it said. We're prisoners of hope. The Most High puts you. That was what the class was about partially last night. Most High puts you in situations to see, can you still follow counsel when you have a need? Your way's not working. Are you gonna? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is the answer. Right here.
This is the answer.
See, we weren't expecting it. We were all thirsty. We were all thirsty. We said, I would love a tea. And voila, it's here. Yeah, that's the way of the Most High.
And it's hot.
I was rushing and I didn't have time to make my tea. And I said, damn it, it's going to bite me in the tail.
I said, well, I got you, but I'm going to Starbucks. And you're like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about
it. No, you didn't ask. You didn't say a word you want to stop. But you said, I need some coffee now. I said, okay, you need some coffee.
I was saying.
No, listen, when the person says I'm going to Starbucks, I need to get some coffee. It's different than a word. You want some coffee while I'm going to Starbucks?
I opened the door for the conversation.
You know it's not the case. You said, I gotta get some coffee now. I was like, he wants coffee. So be it. Anyway.
and it's warm. And it's warm.
God, that's what it's supposed to do when it's tea,
it
right?
has cinnamon and it has different things. Because I need my immune system ready. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have your immune system ready for all these spiritual attacks. You know what I'm saying? Is your spiritual immune system prepared? For the
Here we go.
but we truly are all in a position where your power doesn't work in a certain arena. Where I'm strong at, you might be. We were talking about this on the phone 5 minutes ago. You might be the strongest person in the world at cleaning something, but the Most High has you in this position where whatever talents and abilities you have don't apply to this arena. In what arena in your life are you powerless?
And that's what you have to work on.
This mentality applies to the arena of life where you have no power.
And the end game, and we're going to go back to the topic, the end game is for you to truly see the Most High at work. If the Most High doesn't strip these aspects of you that desires control, that manufactures, this is what this world teaches you. How can I manufacture my happiness? How can I control my environment? That is completely against the thinking of the Most High in Christ. So the Most High strips us down so we can truly learn what depending on Him really looks
You
like.
want me to be broken down so I can be a victim of? Is that what you want?
But that's what people.
Let's be real.
That's what people's responses are to the notion of having to wait for the Most High.
I think you had a class called "Hurry Up and Wait."
Con, I did.
Yeah.
People must have gave it thumbs down. We
No.
don't like this class.
Yeah.
I will wait till Wednesday. I don't like this guy. I don't like this. Well, I'll listen to replay.
Wednesday's coming.
Yeah, I'll listen to Wednesday or Friday or Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't like this class.
But that idea of waiting is debilitating. You know why? Because not only do your fears hit you, but then that idea of does the Most High see me hits.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody's in a position where they're asking themselves, maybe not everybody, I think certain times people get in a position where they think, does the Lord acknowledge what I'm doing? Because what if you are doing good works? Because that's what we say. We never say what we're not doing. You never get the phone call.
We never say how our disposition isn't sober. And that's why that class I'm going to go into a little bit is very important. Because our disposition isn't all the way sober. It's good. And I've said it for years. Good mixed with selfish intentions. When you serve the Most High with partially good, partially selfish intentions, He's not going to give you the caliber of blessing you're looking for. Anyway, let's get back on topic because we can just talk this off for 2 more hours.
But we're dealing with the 4 towers. We're dealing with the derelict of duty. We're dealing with the neglect of responsibility. We're dealing with the Most High taking care of the nation of Jerusalem and in surrounding lands simultaneously.
And I said I wasn't going to focus on Demetrius, and I got caught up in focusing on Demetrius. So let's get back to the topic, and let's get back past this point. So, Kariah, you got to get out of here, man. Shoot. Lasha. It's 12 o'clock.
Time's flying.
I tried to.
That's good.
Elisha, Shashamata, Banaraban, Banya Shalom.
Elisha, Shashamata, I'm sorry, I messed up. I was thinking about that thing now. Yeah, I said, do it again. Sorry.
Elisha, Shashamata, Banaraban, Banya Shalom.
Elisha, Shashamata, Banya Shalom. I'm on you. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about. That wasn't good though, man. It was
that
still
was
choppy.
better than just the thing. It had a little variation in the end. You know, I get ADHD. I gotta have some extra little.
I think you have to like. I don't know how to do that. You gotta like, because you can't just like. You gotta find a way to kind of like spurt out the sound in different ways. I don't know. I don't know. I can't do it when I'm doing I can't do it when I'm doing the initiating for it. I gotta be better. Okay. We are at Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 1. We're like at, he was withal slothful and negligent about the public affairs.
Line 36 in the middle.
Line 36.
Yeah, that's what Samson wants.
Okay. And two to the Jews, book 13, chapter 12, line 36.
Chapter 2.
What?
Chapter 2.
Yeah. Book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1. Line 36. For he shut himself up in a palace for his that hath 4 towers, which he has built himself, not far from Antioch, and admitted nobody. He was withal slothful.
Can I say one thing? I know, I'm not trying to be a jerk out. When it says he admitted nobody, that's definitely outside. We don't let anybody in. We don't let anybody when it comes to our real problems.
Mm-hmm.
Our mechanical, my car's broken down. Does anybody know a good mechanic?
Yeah.
Does anybody know anybody that can hook it up?
Yeah.
Anybody have a hookup on this right here? Because I kind of need a discount on shoes. Does anybody got that kind of hookup going? Anybody have any kind of connections? We'll talk about that. When it comes to our real insecurities, our real problems, we have this iron door to our real issues. And we admit no one. Yes, he has the military around him, he has all this protection. But beyond just all that protection, we just have an iron door. And we don't allow people to consult with us about the real issues. There's issues, and there's those real deep glacier. Like there's the top of the glacier, and there's the bottom of the glacier that's like 10 times deeper than what you see on the surface. We don't give people entrance to those issues that are beneath the surface.
Yeah.
And this is a part of that personality type. Read.
None. He was withal slothful and negligent about the public affairs, whereby the hatred of his subjects was the more kindled against him, as we have elsewhere already related.
So listen. So how do you show hatred towards the people you're responsible for? Is by neglecting them.
Yes.
You show hatred by neglect.
Yes.
You show hatred by neglect, by dereliction of duty.
Yes.
You show hatred by not being conscious of what the body needs and giving the body what they need from your resources. Read on.
When therefore Demetrius heard that Alexander was in
Ptolemaeus.
he took his whole army and led it against him. He also sent ambassadors to Jonathan.
No, let's hold off on that. We'll go back and read on later on that topic. Let's go back now to 1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 3.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
Moreover, Demetrius sent letters unto Jonathan with loving words, so as he magnified it.
So now Demetrius loves Jonathan. Whereas Demetrius was using Bacchides, he was sitting back here and trying to eradicate Jonathan and all the men that were pro-Judas just months before. Now he loves him. Because now this is how politics sway. Read on.
Verse 4. For said he, let us first make peace with him, before he joined with Alexander against him.
So he's like, now I got to sit back here as a politician, come out of my four-corner tower, and now try to be a politician and talk to Jonathan and coerce Jonathan to actually help him fight against Alexander Ballas. Because if that whole Levant gets taken over, then his empire is going to be taken over. Read on.
Verse 5. Else he will remember all the evils that we have done against him, and against his brethren and his people.
Mm-hmm.
Wherefore he gave him authority to gather together in hosts, and to provide weapons, that he might aid him in battle. He commanded also that the hostages that were in the tower should be delivered him.
So what was happening is, Demetrius knew that he had hostages there. Just listen. Remember earlier that Bacchides would take all the leaders of the surrounding Judite towns, took their sons or their children, and had them locked up in that citadel in Akron as political leverage to make sure all the Judite leaders comply to the policies of Demetrius. So now Demetrius knows he's been doing Jonathan and the Hebrews in general dirty. Not just the Hebrews that were in control of come on, war of that was leading that revolution that Judas had ran, but also just the political leadership around. He was maintaining leverage over.
Okay.
So now he's like, I got to sit back here. Jonathan and his men have a history of fighting. I need that military on my side to protect me.
So he had a need now.
So now he's going to play ball, release the hostages, and try to do moves to protect his interest. Okay? So read on.
Verse 7. Then came Jonathan to Jerusalem and read the letters in the audience of all the people.
Matter of fact, hold on to verse 7. Let's go back to Josephus.
Yeah. The Antiquities of the Jews, book 13, chapter 2, paragraph 1, line 37.
Mm-hmm.
When, therefore, Demetrius heard that Alexander was in Ptolemais, he took his whole army and led it against him. He also sent ambassadors to Jonathan about a league of mutual assistance and friendship, for he resolved to be the beforehand with Alexander, lest the other should treat with him first and gain assistance from him. And this he did out of fear, he had lest Jonathan should remember how ill Demetrius had formerly treated him, and should join with him in this war against him. He therefore gave orders that Jonathan should be allowed to raise an army, and should get armor made, and should receive back those hostages of the Jewish nation whom Bacchides had shut up in the citadel of Jerusalem.
So now power is being delegated to Jonathan. So he's slowly gaining power. And this goes back to the topic we were talking about. What did Jonathan do to earn this power? What did Jonathan do to earn this power? When we read about Jonathan last, what happened to Jonathan last? What was the last image that we had of Jonathan before now he's given power over the jurisdiction of Jewish affairs?
What I remember is that his brother wasn't this. His brother was this hardcore, go to war,
killer,
iron
fighter, soldier,
warrior. He's one of those he's like a Delta
pure
Force.
Judah power.
Going
Listen,
hard.
that's the epitome of Judite power.
God, this guy was potent.
Yes.
But then there's an image biblically of him saying, "Listen, we can't be dying right now." He turned his back, and they had to evade.
Well, listen, the last image of Jonathan. What you gonna say, Mama?
I was gonna say that there's two things that happened.
I want the one thing. What's the one biggest
I remember
image?
that he got the items stolen from
No. That's not the one I'm looking for.
Okay.
The image, the lasting image. There's someone.
He with the army, they jumped into the river and swam.
He ran.
Okay.
He ran in that, got in that water, and got the hell out of the battle.
Yeah.
That's the lasting image of what I had about Jonathan. He took an L and was swimming. What it showed is Jonathan almost killed Bacchides. Bacchides ducked, and then he got the hell out of there and said, "To the water!" Something that Judas would have never done. And it looks on paper kind of bad, doesn't it?
By the man, the perspective.
In front of the men, the nation, we take a big L and we're hiding in swamps like rats. Because that's what ended up happening. They swam the channel, the Jordan, and they ran with their tail between their legs. Things looked bad, and the Jews looked like they were going to be on the run forever. Am I right or wrong? So these 2,000 men who were on the run had to get put on the run. Things don't look bad. Their conditions have gotten worse. There's nothing they did in their power to control their situations. And as far as I'm concerned, it's going to be this way forever. Why is it important to paint the picture this way? Because isn't that how your life looks? I'm going to be battling and suffering and challenged and lost, and I'm going through this and I'm going through this, and things are difficult and it's hard, and it's going to be this way, what? Forever. That is what the logical side of you wants to say. Not even the extreme side. The logical side wants to say that. Then, if you can call it like you see it, then the next question is, what is the benefit of what? Living righteously, doing the right thing. You don't think Jonathan and his men are in the swamps getting bit by mosquitoes, asking themselves, damn, why does the Most High Why did he drag us out here to fight
A losing battle.
a nation you're not going to win? Why even go and do it? Why are we spinning our wheels on the trucks? I'm sorry, fighting your battle. I forgot what time period I was in for a second. Why am I wasting my time selling oil, driving trucks at 4 in the morning for what I'm getting?
Return on investment.
What's my return on what I'm? Listen, I was okay with just hiding, but you forced me out of retirement to fight a battle we can't win. This is what Jonathan and his men are experiencing. Isn't this what we experience? Man, I am fighting a battle I don't see my way out of.
Uphill.
It's all uphill. What is the benefit of doing this?
And can I say this? And
I want this to stick. What is the benefit of all this sacrifice and loss? I can't control what's going to happen next. And if it was in my hands and power, nothing I can do can fix my condition. I can think it out. I can plan it out. I can strategize it out. I can be as wise as an owl, so to speak. It ain't changing how broke I am. It ain't changing how uncomfortable I am. It's not changing how hard it is. Maybe I need to get away from this and try a new way. Don't you think that these men that were servants of the Most High felt that way? But the Most High created it to where there was no escape. You're going to have to fight this battle or definitely die out here as a public enemy number one. So he says, you run from this battle, you're dead. Because somebody's going to snitch on you when you get back to your hometown.
And you know it.
And you know they're going to snitch on you. And you're going to be dead and they're going to torture you to find out the whereabouts of the rest of the guys. Remember what led us to them coming back to fight. All their guys are getting killed and picked off. And getting tortured. So that's why they went into the woods in the first place.
Why do you keep putting me in losing battles?
Now they're in the woods and nothing is changing their circumstances. So now they are subject to waiting for who? Isn't that what we're experiencing? The Most High sets the scenario. When you're playing by the Most High's rules, you can think what you want, but you're going to have to wait until the Most High pulls you out of your circumstance. Now, the timetable that it takes for him to pull you out of your circumstance is based on the soberness of your disposition. And it goes back to that point we talked about earlier in class. How pure are your intentions while you're waiting in an unfixable situation? How pure of heart are you? How pure of focus and intention are you when you're in a desperate situation where there's no hope in sight? That's when the Most High comes through for you.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, sir.
I love what you're saying, but sometimes when we're in those, hot scenarios, that you're in a hot scenario and your bitterness follows you with it. I have to keep a pure perspective, but I haven't been practicing this. I think these perspectives are practiced day to day.
Well, if you choose to, come.
You gotta lean on the scriptures. Scriptures say, "Be not weary in what? In well doing." That means I can't get tired of doing the right thing, no matter how uncomfortable it is. But if I don't reassure myself with these scriptures, then I'm just gonna fall victim to this is a waste of time, wasting my life. I could be doing something else. I could be somewhere else doing something else and getting paid better, or getting rewarded better. That's what we think in our mind. If we don't use the scriptures to offset those bad ideas that come to mind.
And why are we taking this time? Because good intentioned, godly men have to face this. Jonathan was doing no wickedness. At the very least, they could be guilty of dragging their feet on wanting to risk their lives. At the very least, that's what they could be guilty of. After Judas, his brother, died, they weren't gung-ho on pursuing fighting any longer. That's what they could be guilty of. But is that really that bad in the grand scheme of things? They have been fighting for years for like 5 years of stalemates.
Yeah, that's 5 years of stalemate.
How does that feel to fight
All
for
this
5
effort,
years?
I'm still in the
How does it
situation.
feel to fight for 5 years and be in the same place that you were? Or to fight for 5 years and have little 2 or 3 month reprieves, 1 year reprieves, and then back to hell. Year or two of space, back to hell. Who wants to live that way? I guess us. Why is it important to show this? The people who truly live a godly life are constantly hovering in these ups and downs and peaks and valleys of slight stability, instability, slight stability, a little bit of pressure taken off, back to the battle. This happened for multiple years, from multiple kings. Antiochus Epiphanes. Then it went to
Demetrius?
no, it wasn't Demetrius. It was Jupiter. It was Ptolemy Jupiter. Antiochus Jupiter. Then it was Demetrius. Now we're going to go into Bala. It's 4 guys within a 6 to 8 year span of just suffering. And then we'll sit back here and trip because 3 years of our life has been inconvenienced. 4 years of our life has been inconvenienced. He's telling you this is the normal timetable that you got to put to the table before you get something back. And we wig out. It's been 3 years of dedicated. I'm still losing. Well, how do you think Jonathan felt? How do you think David felt living in caves for 10 years before he saw a smidgen of light? Don't forget, he was only the king of Hebron at 30. So he had a decade of running and living in caves, dealing with sciatica. That's what. Listen, how do you think sleeping on a damn cave floor feels?
There's no craftmatics in the cave. Right?
Listen, there's no posturepedic.
Yeah, posturepedic
mattresses. Foam controlled memory foam. Ain't no memory foam there, huh? That rock is no give. Hell, the ground has no give. Imagine a rock. 10 years of being on the run, when you were chosen, you were told you're going to run the whole empire. And you want to run for 10 years plus, because you were a teenager. You get the kingdom at 30, only in control of 2 tribes, and you're still waiting. That's the truth. This is the most high, that's God's time. Everybody talks that God's time stuff, so you realize God's time is a decade.
Time, brother. In the Lord's
That's
time.
God's time. You had to suffer for a dime.
Yeah.
A dime and a nickel. That's God's time. Everybody talks that God's time stuff, but when you get past 2 or 3 years, then it's like, oh, I don't know about all this God's time stuff. I gotta make a move. I gotta make a different direction in my life. Am I right or wrong?
It's a real feeling.
They're sitting back here, powerless. And then all of a sudden, the Most High puts it in this dude, Alexander Ballas. Either he was a criminal or a hustler that made up the fact that he was Epiphanes' father, or he was the real deal. But who put it in his heart to go to Egypt and take over the spot?
And fight for this.
The Most High did that. And the Most High purposely created a situation to humble Demetrius to lighten our load up.
So he's still working in the background.
But he works in the background to eliminate what? To remove what from man? Pride.
Wow.
There's a verse that talks remove pride.
My sleep and dream.
Job 14:33.
Remove pride.
No 14, 30. It's got to be done. That's why it puts me to sleep.
Type in think. Nah, it's not removed. It's not even there. But if you find it, cool. But the point is, the Most High sits back here, set up Alexander Ballas to get powered up, to weaken Demetrius, to open the door for us. He uses other people to bless us, so you know it wasn't what? You.
33 and 17.
Read it.
To remove man from his purpose, right?
I just read it.
Okay.
You said Psalms.
33 and 16, 17. Then he opened it.
Oh, hold on. Let me type it. I'm sorry. Psalms 33.
And verse 15. But he shows his intention in the last point of verse.
Let me type it real
This
quick.
is why the most, Job 33 and 15 through, I believe, 17 or 18.
Okay. Read it, sir.
In a dream, in a vision of the night, when
You said Psalms or Job?
No, Job. I
You
said
said
Job,
Psalm.
right? It's like Job. 33 and verse 15 on down. In a dream, in a vision of the night.
No. You got to read verse 14.
Verse 14.
Matter of fact, verse 13.
Verse 13. Why dost thou strive against?
Let a brother read that. Elisha, pull it. Read it.
32:13.
You got to go to verse 12. You got to go to verse 12.
Well, what it called it?
It says, "Behold, in this thou art not just. I will answer thee, that the Most High is greater than man."
Listen, he has to show us all throughout our life that his power is greater, how he moves is greater, his decision making is greater. He has to remind us he is the preeminent one. And when we sit back here and design a plan, when we sit back and create solutions, and we go about trying to execute those solutions, the more those solutions are executed by us, we forget it's really the Most High granting those decisions to come through. We think it's us. We think it's, I got this job because it's my charisma. You only start remembering the Most High when you lose that job. And you're sitting back here start from scratch again. Then you sit back here looking for new jobs. I hope Mr. Charlie like me again. You gotta sit back and do your little sucker jive with the little hello my baby, hello my darling, hello my ragtime gal. You gotta sit back.
I'll show up on time.
You said what?
I sure
will show up on time.
I like the coffee.
I will surely shine your shoes, boss.
Not like that. That's too late.
No, I'm gonna say this. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. When you sit back in that interview, you were like, I am a go-getter. I will be here first. You're going to do all that kiss butt conversation. You're going to tell them whatever you got to tell them to get the job. You know it's the truth.
I would like to work.
I initiate things. Listen, I'm a team player. It's all about the team. And then when you sit back here and you get that job, you ain't give it two. You know it's about the team. Overtime, what? Oh, you just hear over. Saturday, what? Sunday, what? I ain't getting paid for that.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you act. When you get in that job, shoot, when you get in the interview, whatever you want, Mr. Charlie.
I'm flexible.
I am. My hours are flexible. You say that when you get the job. Why they got me on Saturdays all the time? You know exactly why. You said you was going to take the dirty jobs. Until you get it, then you complain again. That's Israel all the dang time.
My grandmother needs me on Saturday to come out here and help her out.
Bro.
Yeah. You said you had a car.
Exactly. But read verse 13 again, man. Or 12 again, I'm sorry.
Job 33, verse 12. But in this thou art not just. I will answer thee, that the Most High is greater than man.
The Most High has to keep reminding us that he's greater. And he has to keep humbling you to remind you it's not about your way. It's not about how you process things. Things work out. Either things work out when you do things because he chooses to be that way. And I don't know if you realize this. Sometimes when you first start serving the Most High, you'll try things and he backs you. And then as you get older in the work, he stops giving it to you the way you want it. He stops honoring your wisdom and your intelligence and how sharp you are. Then he removes that out of the equation. And you can plan all you want. And when we teach about waiting for the Most High, maybe we should emphasize this more. We are all about planning. We don't walk around here to sit back and just skip around America and say, oh yeah, God's just going to give me everything and I do nothing. We're all about planning. I know for me, I'm all about routine. So it's all about plans and routines. But just because you make plans and routines, the Most High is like, okay, I'm glad that you are a responsible black person that sits back here and lives off of things you list and makes plans. But just because you're responsible, don't mean I'm going to give it to you that way. Be responsible, running on that treadmill and run in circles, and then I'm not going to give it to you. And then I'm going to see what you do. And if you can keep a pure disposition, sober disposition, then I'll bless from a direction that you know wasn't your wisdom. It was from me. That's how he keeps us humble. But it's two aspects of the equation. You got to create a plan, exhaust it, and then wait until I give you the answer. That's how the Most High operates. So, continue. So read that verse again, verse 12.
John, Job 3, verse 12. Behold,
And somebody got to tell the young ones to kind of keep it down because the voice is coming out. You do that, Ahmad? Read that.
Behold, in this thou art not just. I will answer thee, that the Most High is greater than man. Why dost thou strive against him?
The sister got it.
She got it.
Read that. Read verse 13.
John, verse 13. Why dost thou strive against him?
How do we strive against the Most High? We keep doing things our way and pushing what we want.
That's the striving, right?
That's how we strive against them. We keep pushing our agenda and then get mad that our agenda isn't acknowledged by the Heavenly Father. We keep doing it our way. Israel wants to be the side hustle king. I'm just going to keep doing side hustles and use my wisdom to side hustle. Then you don't bless the side hustle. Because they don't want you to do the side hustle. It doesn't matter if you're smart and have the capability and you have this can-do attitude. It wasn't about the side hustle. It was about waiting. Can you wait? You're not the first Israelite that had side hustles that didn't work out. Welcome to the club. Got this side whoop-de-whoop and this side whoop-de-whoop. The Most High is like, no, I don't want you to do that. Wait on me. And can you do that? So this is how we strive, trying to push our way and not acknowledging that the Most High is greater than man and he's in control of our circumstance. Read on.
God, for he giveth not account of any of his matters.
He says, read verse 13 again.
God, why dost thou strive against him? For he giveth not account of any of his matters.
He says, for why dost thou strive against the Most High? For he giveth not account of any of his matters. You know what? What he's telling you is this. We strive against the Most High because the Most High is not letting you know how he's going to bless you. Most High is not giving you an account of how he's going to come through for you. He's not going to tell you, okay, listen, keep going here and in 6 months I got you. So because we don't know that intel, we strive against the Most High. But you don't know how he's setting up a blessing for you if you just stay in order and obedient. Read on.
Verse 14. For the Most High speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not.
Because you know the way the Most High communicates with us isn't in a way that we can process it. He doesn't communicate in a way that gives us concrete confirmation that we're going to get what we're looking for. He makes us fish and wait and fish and wait and fish and wait and fish and wait. And the Most High's confirmations are a little more challenging to pick up on. They're there because he's saying he speaks to us once and twice, but we don't perceive it. But they're just harder to pick up on. Because if you're not looking for spiritual confirmations, you can't see how he speaks. The reason we can't see how the Most High speaks is we know the Most High in our head, he's speaking to us when he gives us blessings. But in reality, when we're fighting our spiritual battle, the spiritual confirmations are right there in front of us. And because we can't pick up on those spiritual confirmations, then we sit back and we're striving with the Most High because we don't have enough confirmation to continue forward. You know, one of the major spiritual confirmations is that you're growing. If I'm growing and I'm changing and I'm getting better at my daily activity, shouldn't that be confirmation that he's speaking to you to keep going? How come that's not good enough for us? Didn't we come in here to grow in Christ? Then if we came here to cleave to the Most High, and I'm getting better at cleaving to the Most High, isn't that confirmation that he's on my side? We get depressed when we don't get carnal rewards for doing spiritual things instead of realizing the spiritual growth is the reward. Yes, it's your channel.
I was going to ask, so if you're in the day-to-day and you're not really recognizing the growth, does it mean, like, can the application of that be like, well, I'm not triggered as quickly as I was on certain things, or like, how are you supposed to be cognizant of the growth?
Yes.
If you're in it day-to-day?
I'm going to say this. A lot of times we get caught up having this mindset that if we haven't changed cold turkey, we're not growing. And that's not true. When you're making incremental changes in your character, that's growth. And can I sit back and ask myself, 3 months ago and 6 months ago, do I handle pressure the same? Do I deal with adversity the same? Have I learned how to control my communication the same? Am I more disciplined in my thoughts? This is how you measure incremental growth. And then are you looking every day? The question is this: you'll know you're growing if every day you wake up with the intent to grow. Do we wake up every day with the intent to attack our thoughts? Are we conscious of what our fatal flaws are? Are you conscious of the magnitude of your selfishness? Are you conscious of the magnitude of your distrust? Are you conscious of the magnitude of your fear? Are you conscious of the magnitude of your distrustful nature? And if you're conscious of the magnitude of your flaws, then you're able easier to attack it and see how it's gotten better. In order to truly see if you've grown, you have to know the magnitude of your wickedness. And many times you can't even see the magnitude of your wickedness unless you allow somebody to tell you how off you are and believe them. How many times do we tell ourselves, man, that brother or sister or these people got it against me? I was literally in counsel 2 weeks ago and I was dealing with a brother and I was like, listen, you really think everybody in the room is off but you? If everybody in the room says something about you, don't you think that's a sign that you're the problem? And the person swore up and down, he said, everybody's out to get me. Everybody got a problem. Like, damn, everybody got beef. Everybody is waiting on your downfall.
Yes.
Everybody is meditating these Mr. Sinister plots out. Dr. Doom, everybody's Dr. Doom against you. I think about ways to destroy you out. Meditating master plans to destroy you out. Everybody. And this person swore up and down that was the case. Yes.
There's a scripture on how that makes the Most High feel. Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 11. Jeremiah chapter 5, verse 11.
Jeremiah 5, verse 11. Right?
Yep.
For the house of Israel and the house of Judah have dealt very treacherously.
The Most High said this behavior, when you have multiple people seeing things one way and they're trying to steer you in the right direction, but you can't see it, the Most High calls that dealing with the Most High treacherously. He says the house of Judah specifically, read on.
Have dealt very treacherously against me, saith the Lord.
He said, how do we deal treacherously against the Lord? Read.
They have belied the Lord.
He said they belied the Most High. They lie, but how do they lie? Read.
And said.
And say what?
It is not he.
So when you got 15 people telling you that the Most High don't like your behavior, and then you sit back and say, that's not the Most High, that's you. That's you. You got a problem with me. Yeah, that ain't the Most High. You making it up. I'm not the way that, I don't agree with your stance.
Yeah.
But you got 15 people seeing it one way. Obviously, the Most High has this 15 people trying to wake you up. But like the scripture we read in Job chapter 33, he said, Most High speaketh once, yea, twice, man perceiveth not. The problem is, we try to dictate what the Most High is the signals he's trying to send us. And when we deny the signals that he's sending us, the Most High said, man, you're dealing with me treacherously. Read on.
They have belied the Lord and said, it is not he.
Man, that's not the Most High, that's you. That's your opinion. That's you talking. Read on.
Neither shall evil come upon us.
And I don't give a damn what you say. I'm going to keep doing what I want to do and see it in my way, and ain't nothing bad going to happen to me. How does the Most High feel about when we get this level of arrogance, or I can't even say arrogance.
Presumptuous?
It's presumptuous because it's me telling myself that I'm going to be okay, and I don't have to change according to your discretion. Because I don't believe. Say it again. Yeah, it's forwardness. It's all those things. Rebellion, it's all those things. It's when we try to tell the Most High, He's sending people to me to warn me, to educate me, to uplift me, to exhort me. But we're denying it and saying that's not the Lord. That's not Him working through you to tell me something. Read on.
Neither shall evil come upon me.
Go ahead.
Neither shall we see sword or famine.
Ain't nothing bad gonna happen to me. I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do. Man, that makes the Most High furious. When you got so many different ways that the Most High is trying to talk to men and we deny them all.
Because he's furious because he knows you're going to fall if you don't listen. And he's trying to prevent you from falling. That's why the Most High said he doesn't take pleasure in seeing you pine away.
Mm-hmm.
If you refuse to see the signs, what else can he do but let you fall by your own merit? He says, Most High is like, I don't have pleasure in you falling, but you're just going to have to fall and deal with the consequences of your negativity. This is why it's so important to allow people to show you the magnitude. You know, people sit back here and always trivialize how negative they are. They water down how off they are in their spirit. They minimize their flaws. And they don't want to allow other people to show them how bad they are. You need that level of intelligence and perspective so you have a starting point. You can't just gauge your growth off of what you think growth is. You have to gauge your growth on the body of Christ's response to your conduct.
Wow.
This is why the body is so important. Because people will sit back and tell themselves they're doing a great job and be completely wrong. You need that barometer. You need that people around you to say, hey, man, you're doing better. You're changing. You're growing. You're not the same person you were.
You're getting better responses.
You get better responses by people that saw you be negative a while back. So you need that to help gauge where you're at. If you are a pessimistic person, and that's what your MO is, then you know what? Maybe if you conduct yourself the right way, people will say, man, hey, you're not thinking the same like you used to. That's your indicator. You're growing. And if you're using that as a gauge, that should be what you should be working towards every day, not the carnal goal you want.
Not the carnal. So you're saying
not the carnal blessing or carnal reward that you're asking for.
So you're saying that carnal rewards are secondary to spiritual maturity and growth.
And it goes back to that's what the Most High has been trying to get us to see the whole time. We've been saying it in 1,000 different ways. Sober disposition, pure intention. If my intention is pure, then my focus is on working on what's inside of me, while asking and requesting whatever I might need to sustain myself. It can't be the actual physical carnal blessing as much as the pursuit of the character flaws that I have to break inside of me. And instead of saying, these sisters have a problem with me, these brothers got a problem with me, the brothers and sisters that have a problem with you, they're all valid. And the response isn't carnal friendship. The response is, what do I got to change in me to get different responses from sisters and brothers? You mean brothers and sisters say, man, yeah, brothers or sisters just don't like me. Come on, man. The sisters in the camp just don't like you because you're just Dracula's wife, huh? Come on, man. Well, it doesn't make sense, huh? You're just a bad person, or they're just bad people because they just don't like you because they got beef with you because you're different. Maybe it's not that you're different, it's just that you're negative. And there's things that you got to work inside of you to get better responses from people. We don't like to feel that way. Who wants to feel that you're the problem? But we are the problem. And this is not about making changes just to have friends. It's about making changes so the Most High can see the work I'm putting into to building bonds to please the Heavenly Father. Does that make sense? Because it's not about, listen, you're not going to have the greatest the tightest connection with every person you come across with. But the scripture said, if it be so, be at peace with all what? There has to be a respectable working relationship and friendship with everybody you come across. There's no reason to have bad relationships. Oh, I don't talk to that brother. We don't get along. My brother told me that because, we just don't get along. What the hell is we don't get along? That doesn't make sense in this realm. We don't get along? Why don't we get along? And can you accept that you're the reason that we can't get along? Is it a we thing or a you thing?
Can I pull one precept to kind of help the point? Yeah. Proverbs 17:9, we can bounce right back.
People are a trip. People are a trip. Yes. It's like, what was the reason people in the world didn't like hanging out with you? Did you have a bunch of friends in the world? Why didn't you have friends in the world? This is the same reason you don't have friends in the truth. Is it just mutually exclusive to the truth? And maybe in the truth, you revealed these things so you can now see it's you.
That's why I love dogs more than I like people. You know what I'm saying?
Dogs welcome, people maybe. You know those signs that people have
at their house.
Because dogs don't have an opinion. They're going to accept your temperamental self because they feed you. They will tolerate you because they feed you. They have to.
And I just love my dog. You know what I'm saying? He appreciates me for who I am. Right?
No. They appreciate the person who feeds them. And I got to take this. I got to take my master's BS. Because if I don't, they might not feed me tomorrow. That's what they understand. This is life or death. This is life or death. I got to deal with this parent, my dog mom or dog dad, and accept this guy's weirdo ways. He doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm hungry. So I will accept him. That's what it is.
That's literally what it is.
That's what it is. I don't know why my master does a stupid thing. This is weird. This shouldn't make any sense. Try to be like Scoopy.
Yeah, I just saying.
I don't know. Shaggy doesn't make any sense. How does he make these sandwiches so small?
I don't know.
Just feed me.
It's for free.
Pet me and feed me. That's all I need. Get me out of this cold when it's 30 degrees. Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry.
That's the facts.
It's a freeze come tonight.
You better put them dogs. That dog better be obedient.
Better have some approval.
Be in that cold, huh? Freezing for reason.
Yeah.
What verse we got?
17:9 Proverbs.
Proverbs 17 and verse 9. He that covereth a transgression.
Right there. Where's the person that covers their transgression? Cover sometimes means in a bad sense, but this is in a good sense. I'm trying to stop the offenses between people. I'm trying to stop being the offender. I'm trying to stop whatever about me is, abrasive. Let me work on that. Let me cover that transgression. Read.
Seeketh love.
That means if you actually make the amendments and the adjustments, you're doing it for the right reason. The scripture says you're doing it to seek what?
Love.
Seek love. It's about growing in love amongst the body of Christ. It's about growing in love in your household. It's about growing in love with your parents. Growing in love with the person you're with. Growing in love at the job site with the brothers you have to grind with every day. Can I grow in love? Well, how do you grow in love? By offending less. By being less abrasive. By my fatal flaw or my personal defect being at least managed more than I did the day before. Can I manage the harsh elements of myself, the parts of myself that's rough around the edges? Can I smooth myself out and be more manageable and more palatable and more... Can I make myself easier to love? Why am I making myself hard to love? Why am I making myself hard to like? People already have social issues anyway. We're not in the time period where everybody has social skills. Right. Those times are way kind of out the window.
He had to be 80s, baby. That was it. After that, it's all...
That's the last of social skills. Now everybody has social defects and just isms and weird notions and weird vibrations and can't read the room. Everybody's bad at this now. The least you can do if you want to seek love and grow good relations around you is take advice and take critique and take criticism and take it home with you like you do your homework.
Because that's how you can measure yourself. That's how you get proper measurements of where you're at. You need people's scrutiny
to give you
a proper assessment, not a stained, tainted perspective of what you think you are.
Oh, you're just a hater. That's the most Overused.
When a person says you a hater, that means I don't got to see me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say all these haters out here, man. They all out here to get me, man.
Man, that brother, I'll tell you
All
about,
after me,
I'll tell you
man.
about that brother. That brother's just a, I know he has something against me because he's just a hater.
He was waiting 5 years to get me, man.
He was
5 years, like
he was
5
just-
years to get me.
He was just a hater.
Do you have time in Israel to plot for 5 years on some Iago stuff like this is Othello act?
Yeah.
Like, you got time for that act? And first of all, are you that special?
Yeah,
That's why the brother, are you that important?
I haven't think about
At least Othello was like an enviable guy. He was a high-ranking dude. He had a position, and he wanted his gal. Are you that important in life? Is somebody out to get you and harm you because you're that special? We're not that special.
So special, so special, so special.
You're special in your head.
You're the star player in your mind.
But that's the point. That's where the delusion kicks in. You need people to balance. That's why iron sharpens iron. It balances you out. It really brings you back to reality.
And that's why a person that really seeks love, if love is important, when the Bible says win the love of the congregation, well, what do you think it means? You walk in here with a bunch of funky elements and bad postures and bad perspectives and strange reactions to things. And sometimes it's not you, but 80% of the time it is you, if you can be honest. Then what does it mean to love? What does it mean to win the love of the congregation? What does that mean? It means you gotta adjust. If you find yourself in the camp and you're not adjusting for the people, that means you're kind of getting stale.
And what that means also is to win the love of the congregation isn't about bribing brothers and sisters. It's about buying snacks for people. That's not what the hell is being the snack bribers out. If I buy goodies and you don't gotta look at my negative. There's people out here in Israel does that. I'm just gonna buy you a snack. Don't look at my disrespect because I bought you a snack.
I gave you 3 packs of Gushers. How dare you call me out?
That's my point. The Jew does that. Don't ever mind my attitude here. I'm a giver. No, that's not acceptable. I'll buy you tacos. I'll buy you tacos, but so that if you eat those tacos,
Now
you're also accepting the fact that I can disrespect you later on in the day.
Yeah.
'Cause that's what it is. That's the trade-off. That's why you can't take the snacks. So, no, you take those
I give you
crappy
tacos
snacks
and
back.
you
I don't want your snacks because if I take your snacks, I'm also saying I accept your bad behavior.
There's a string attached to that taco.
And I
You
know.
eat like this,
You're
there's
like,
a string on it.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, I got you. I can be disrespectful.
what taco is this?
So winning the love of the congregation is about I win you by good conduct,
Yes.
by good character, by fixing my attitude and not seeing the worst in you. That's how you win the congregation.
That's spiritual.
Seeing the good in your people, not having these Sith thoughts. You know what I mean by Sith thoughts, He's saying this, but he really means this. That's Sith crap,
This is what
That's
he
Sith Lord stuff, I'm gonna play this game. I'm gonna be kind to you, but really, I don't trust you.
Cloak.
Or
Cloak and dagger, Sith Lord
Yeah.
stuff. I'm bringing it to present day. Cloak and dagger, Sith Lord. A Sith Lord. You gotta sit back here and know how to talk to the Jew and play this game because it's all a game. No, it ain't a game. If you say it's all a game, that lets you know you're a bad person. How about that? If you're playing this game with people, that means you're really a false person.
a strategy.
If you're playing, this is like Yu-Gi-Oh! This is like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Game up. You give me, so I'm gonna bring this card out.
This is people chess?
That means you're in the wrong spirit.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play kind, but I really want this. If that's how you process things, you're not truly winning the congregation because that's not a sober disposition. A sober disposition means if I talk about a problem, we have the counsel, I move on from it, I see you in a good light. This distrustful, I think you're trying to hurt me, all that gray area is filth. And the spirit ain't with you. And you're not growing. Anyway, let's get back to the point. We're in Job, right? Job 33?
Proverbs 17.
No, we're a joke. We're a joke now.
Let's go back to Job.
We're at 14. We finished 14.
Yep. Read it.
14.
Yeah, 14.
Job 33 and verse 14. For the Most High speaketh once, yea twice, yet man perceiveth it not. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falleth upon men, and slumberings upon the bed. Then he openeth the eyes of men.
The ears.
He openeth the ears of men, and sealeth their instruction, that he may withdraw man from his purpose.
So if he does that in dreams, he also does it in other arenas. What he was saying is, I'll put a thought in you that comes out of nowhere, and it'll be just something on you to go make a decision, make a move that will turn out to be the way I want it to be. All he's saying is, it's not going to just naturally come from you. The answers and the directions the Most High has for you isn't going to come just naturally from you. He's going to plant thoughts in your mind, plant circumstances to work in your favor without you really knowing where this is going to go. That's how he removes pride from men and from women.
So he don't want us to have this kind of like, I manufacture the situation.
I through my spirit, through my ingenuity, through my control, from my logic, creates this empire, creates all this stability. He strips that away from us so we can learn what it really looks like to have the Most High be the providence in our life. Because remember we were reading in Exodus and in Josephus in Exodus, it talked about how the Most High has to have providence over your life. What does that mean? That providence is omnipotent control. How does the Most High ensure that he controls our life? He has to remove our individuality out of it. He has to remove not the individuality of our spirit, but the individuality of our moves. The moves that are about control and power. Because when everything comes back to where it's going to be, he's the one in control of the blessings. And when he blesses you, you got to know it was him and not you. And this is going back to the point. This goes back to Jonathan. This goes back to Jonathan and all those 2,000 men having no tangible hope in their battle. And then all of a sudden, Demetrius comes out of nowhere, sending a letter to Jonathan. This letter went right to the damn slums. Huh? He went right to him in the woods and said, hey man, this is from King Demetrius. Hey man, sorry for all the hell I put you through, man. Listen, I'm a free the prisoners in Accra. You can sit back here. You get armor on me, free weapons on me. My bad. Be on my side and fight the war with me. All of a sudden, if he's giving you armaments and giving you weapons and giving you the power to go to the city and free the hostages, all of a sudden you're the man now. Now all of a sudden you've been bequeathed power when it came out of nowhere. So what does a spiritual person have to say? Then Most High pulled us out of this war. We gave the best we could. Jonathan wasn't the caliber of Judas in war. So Jonathan fought his battle, right? But was he as successful as Judas was in his battle? No. This is a major important lesson for us too. Jonathan was not the warrior Judas was. The Most High worked through Judas in Judas's natural skill set. He was just whipping you know what, and he lived and died off of his courage. Jonathan wasn't as warlike, courageous as Judas. But what did Jonathan have to show the Most High? That he was willing to do what? Fight in an arena where he wasn't strong at. Was he perfect in the fight? No, he wasn't. But the Most High made Jonathan fight in an arena where he wasn't good at it. And once Jonathan showed the Most High that he was going to fight,
who's willing,
and do the best he can with what the Most High gave him, then the Most High puts Jonathan in a predicament that is his strong suit. Diplomacy and politics. Because that's what Jonathan was strong at. We're going to see it in a second. Jonathan was a diplomat, more diplomat, less warrior. But he couldn't sit back here and give him the diplomatic role until he showed the Most High he was at least going to fight and not be soft. So once he showed the Most High, I will fight and do things that I'm not comfortable with for you, Father. Once that was proven, then he puts him into his wheelhouse and lets him thrive. Yes, sir.
These are two strong statements that were made in the past in Old Israel, in San Antonio. If the camp was about working out, then I would be a general.
Mm-hmm.
Another statement was that.
Well, the reason he said that because he had no faith. He was weak in faith, but he was strong in doing tangible things. This particular person, I can lift weights all day. I love this. I love lifting weights and working out and running. But in an arena where I got to have faith, I don't want to do that. So because I don't give it my best, he don't bless me. I'd rather do this. The Most High is like, he literally puts you in arenas where you're not strong at,
Intentionally.
to see how hard you're going to give to that arena.
And the second statement was, I wish the Most High had made the school more about being architecture and doing blueprints and drafting, because I'm good at that. And he wasn't saying that in the spirit of like being a jerk or being negative. He was just thinking that, man, I really could have been better for the body. He was the guy that did the prayer. He put man hours. We look at the prayers and kind of like, oh, that's nice. But this dude put weeks and weeks and weeks into drafting and writing point for point with the stencil. He made stencils for every letter. Every letter was a stencil. Everything was done, drafted out perfectly to be perfect line before computer situations. He did it all by hand. And he really busted his tail. But that was the one thing he felt confident in. And every other arena in the camp, he never shined or got glory in.
But how about if he would have stayed, he would have been in a position to be perfect for this. If he would have stayed, the camp eventually evolved to his wheelhouse.
Yep.
And that's the lesson in general. Jonathan had to show he would give his 100% best effort in an arena where he's not strong. Once he proved, I'll do this fighting thing. I'm going to go with Bacchides to give my best attack. It didn't work out. We got to go. The Most High, like, he gave his best. Now I can bless him in an arena where he's strong at. Because what we're going to read is, Demetrius sends him a letter and says, hey, I want you on my side to show good favor. I'm going to give you all these things. But now Alexander Bala, if you want to read in a second, comes back and says, hey, I want you on my side too. And I will give you this, this, and this to show good faith. Now the diplomat comes out. I got to hedge my bets. Now I could play one off the other. Judas will be like, we're going to kill them all. They're all Edomites. They're all Esau. We're going to kill them all. I don't even matter. It don't matter. 2,000 against 50. It don't matter. With that, them big eyes out.
Yeah.
That's how Judas going to do. Yeah. Most High like, now, Jonathan, play it smart and be the guy that's naturally in you. And we're going to read that. So, let's continue in that on that vein. Where are we at? Oh, we're still there. Let it go. Let that go. Let's go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 10. And did we finish verse 6?
Yep. On verse 7.
Yeah, let's go to 7.
Yeah. First Maccabees 10 and verse 7. Then came Jonathan to Jerusalem and read the letters in the audience of all the people.
Why was it important that Jonathan went to Jerusalem and read it in front of everybody? So everybody knows who's the boss in town now. I got to sit back and let everybody know so you don't sit back here and try to kill me. Now I've got legal authority. Read on.
And of all them that were in the tower, who were sore afraid when they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together the host.
Because everybody that was in the tower in Accra, they were pro-Greeks. They were pro-Demetrius. They were the ones who were the sellout Jews from the beginning. The sellout Jews always stayed in the tower. And they were the ones keeping the sons as political prisoners, as leverage for Demetrius to do what he wanted to do in that region. So now the people that were holding him hostage were afraid. Because now the tide is shifting. Read on.
Whereupon they of the tower delivered their hostages unto Jonathan, and he delivered them unto their parents. This done, Jonathan settled himself in Jerusalem, and began to build and repair the city.
So then Jonathan did this. Now he has to sit back and reestablish Jerusalem and make it a stronghold under the orders of Demetrius. He's going to take this deal to establish power. But that power came from who? Was it his fighting skills? It was his obedience. And this is how the Most High blesses us. We get rewarded from our obedience, not our skill, our intelligence level, our IQ, how sharp we are, how skillful we are. We're blessed when we bend the knee and we accept the direction the Most High's got for us. That's how we get things in this realm. When you make the decision to love, it didn't say freedom. It said love liberty. When you make a decision to love liberty, that means you love how the Most High operates and loves how he sets our life up to be. Because like I always say, how we live in this realm is a different set of rules than how you live in the world. This is why a lot of young people have problems playing in this realm and in the worldly realm. Because it's two different ways to live, two different ways to think, two different ways to process things. But in this realm, the blessings come from obedience and submission and allowing the Most High to send you what he's going to give you.
1 Corinthians chapter 3. Just on that point. 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 18.
First Corinthians 3 and verse 18. Let no man deceive himself.
It says, let no man do what?
Deceive himself.
How do I deceive myself? I deceive myself because I think that I can create, fabricate, and manipulate the situation in my favor.
All the eights.
Yeah, all the eights, man. I think I can dictate.
There you go. That's what I'm saying.
All the eights. I can do these things in my favor. Create. I can do all these things, and I'll make the things work to where I want it to be.
I can officiate.
Yes. Instigate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Calibrate.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I think I can do this. But the Most High is like, listen, you're lying to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. We don't have as much control and credit that we give ourselves. We don't have that much power.
Yep.
We can't even control what happens tonight or tomorrow.
Yep.
Or in a couple of hours.
Yep.
Read on.
God, if any man among you seemeth to be wise in the world, let him become a fool.
What does the Most High say?
Let him become a fool.
That means it's a choice to be a fool. What does that mean, to become a fool? It means you're giving up a form of power. You're giving up a control that you think you have in the world to become a fool in the eyes of the world. Because it is foolish thinking to give up your control and wait for the Most High. That is a lack of intelligence from a worldly perspective. When the Most High sees Israelites learning how to submit themselves and not fight to control the narrative, that is an idiotic way of looking at life. That is a foolish way of handling business. But the Most High says you have to be a fool to rescind your power to really understand the power of Christ. Because the power of Christ is all predicated about your obedience to the fact that he's going to come take care of you. And this is what people struggle to do in this life.
And that fool means ignorant. Ignorant just means unlearned or untaught, which is the opposite of pride. So if you come with the notion that I know what's going to happen already, I can control the narrative, I can dictate what's going to happen, then you're operating in pride. But if you're operating as a fool, that means I'm open-minded. That means I don't know, but I'm willing to find out.
Yep.
I'm open to find out. Now I can receive instruction. I can receive information. But when you think you know it all, you block any instruction from coming in. You block any information from being input or implanted into your mind. That means you're not taking counsels. That means you're rejecting counsels. That means you're disregarding advice. because I think I know.
Yep.
But when you come from a position of, you know what, I don't know. I'm open-minded to learn. I'm willing to learn. Now the Most High can work with you. Read on.
Verse 19. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High.
Go ahead.
For it is written, He taketh the wise.
And this is what the Most High will do. For those that think they know, they want to control the situation, they want to trust themselves and not the Most High and deliver themselves out of trouble. The Most High says, I'll let you create a plan and I'll let your plan fail. He said, because the Most High does what?
He taketh the wise
In where?
in their own craftiness.
No, the Most High had to create something. The Most High had to make sure that he instigate the situation against you, or he'll let your created, manufactured plan fail on its own. He said, so that's no different than the Most High. Jeremiah said, thine own wickedness shall what? Correct thee. The Most High will let your plans fail so that you know that your ideas don't work. What better way to show a person that their ideas don't work than to let their plans fail? So it's best to save time and trouble and energy. It's best to sit back and say, you know what, I don't know, but I'm willing to find out. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm willing for somebody to advise me, to counsel me. I'm willing to be open-minded enough and humble enough to say I need help. I can't do this by myself. But what mind frame do we stay in? One, the Most High can work with. The other one, he just runs its course, and then it fails on its own, so that you know your decisions aren't as smart as you're not as smart as you think you are. And that's what the Most High does. So it's best to stay open-minded. And if we can do that, the Most High can start dropping those things that you talked about earlier in Job, where he can start dropping those visions to you. And he can start giving you those ideas that actually can work.
Yep. Read verse 19.
Again?
Yeah, verse 19, not 18, 19.
Yeah. 1 Corinthians 3 and 19. For the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High.
The wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High, and one of the main aspects of wisdom in the world is the desire for control. When we try to control the narrative, that is foolishness with the Most High, and it is adverse to the spiritual way of looking at things. We try to do it from the world's way. The world's way isn't always just idolatry. It's not just idolatry and serving the religious institutions of the world. It's not just that. What is the world's way of handling business? Control it with your own hands. The person who controls his environment the most is the most successful. That thinking is foolishness with the Most High. Rescinding control is how you gain close to the Most High. But in doing that, you're also a fool for Christ. Do you think being a fool for Christ is about a lack of intelligence? No. It's about adopting a principle that is just completely opposite of how worldly people establish their living. That is the difference. I'm going to show you. Read verse 19 again.
Now, for the wisdom of this world is foolishness with the Most High. For it is written, He taketh the wise in their own craftiness.
He takes the wise in their own craftiness. It has nothing to do with idolatry. You got to talk a little bit louder when you read it. Okay. But it said, he takes the wise in their own crafty ways to do what? Control their experience. Control the narrative. He will sit back here and check you because you try to control. And he'll sit back here and sting you in your own manipulative ways to gain control of your circumstances. Read verse 20.
Verse 20. And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain.
What makes a person's thoughts vain? The vanity is in your idea that you actually control something. That's what's vain. There is vanity in the idea that you actually control your environment. You actually control your destiny. You actually control your circumstances. He's like, you think you control things, but you don't. He says the Most High knows the thoughts of the quote-unquote wise. And that the wise person controls his narrative or her narrative. He says they're vain because it's a waste of time to control something that wasn't meant for you to control.
It's a point that you brought out when you said this is not idolatry.
Mm-hmm.
But idolatry is a form of control.
Yes.
You say control is not a form of idolatry.
I just
no,
meant
no,
about
no. But I wanted to show something because it's a great point. Not saying that you're right, but
I get it.
but,
It's still
but
levels.
there's depth to what you said that people got to see too.
Yeah.
Isaiah chapter 43 and read verse 12.
Isaiah 43 and verse 12.
Read.
I have declared and have
No,
said.
sorry, 47 and 12. 47. Get verse chapter 47. Isaiah chapter 47 verse 12.
Isaiah chapter 47 and verse 12.
Read.
Stand now with thine enchantment.
So this the Most High saying, okay, go ahead and trust your enchantments. What is the purpose of serving idols? Why would a person seek an idol? The purpose of seeking an idol is to get foresight or manipulate the future, which is still a form of control. He said, stand now, trust in your enchantments. Read on.
And with the multitude of thy sorceries.
He says that's what sorcery is all about. So seeking answers from the left-hand side of knowledge is just a backdoor approach to make something happen in your favor in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
Wherein thou hast labored from thy youth.
He says you've been this way for a long time. That means you've always thought you had control or can manipulate the future.
Yep.
You've always trusted in your way of doing things.
Yep.
Read on.
If so be, thou shalt be able to profit.
He said, let's see if what you've been doing and what you're used to, coming up with your creations and your ideas, let's see if that's going to benefit you in the long run. Read on.
If so be thou mayest prevail.
Go ahead.
Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counsels.
Go ahead.
Let now the astrologer.
He's saying you're wasting your time. You're wasting your time trying to control the situation. This is what he's telling those that try to bypass the Most High and create a system of things and put things in motion that can change and alter the future in their favor. He says you're wasting your time. Read on.
Let now the astrologers, the stargazers.
He says astrology, stargazers, enchantments, sorceries, all these are people that are trying to foretell what's to come. I'm trying to control what's about to happen. Read on.
The monthly
Prognosticators.
Prognosticators. Stand up.
You know what a prognosticator is? It's in this day and age, it means a know-it-all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
No, it means a know-it-all. Because to prognosticate means to know.
Forecast.
To forecast. That is a know-it-all.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Know-it-all. That's like the Most I said, okay, you think you're a know-it-all. You got it, no problem. That's what a prognosticator is. When you break down the word and you break down the etymology of the word, it's a know-it-all. That means I know everything. Okay, Mr. Know-it-all or Mrs. Know-it-all, let's go do things your way since you know it all.
Because what is he attacking? And going back to your point, idolatry. What is the essence of idolatry but control? But the desire of control. I need to guarantee my crops grow. This is why in Jeremiah, they said, if I am not going to stop following this idol, because what's going to happen to my crops if I stop serving this idol? There was a guarantee in their mind to control their environment if they served this idol. If I want to sit back here and ensure that my man is into me, then I need this potion. I need this spell to make sure he's into me. I need this to control my circumstance. I need this to control my circumstance. And the prognosticators would let you know what you had to do to get what you wanted. Because ultimately, people even back then didn't want to live a life in which you had to wait for the Most High to grant you the things you needed.
Yeah, I want to get that Hebrew definition of the word prognosticator. It says yada. It means to know or to perceive. This is for all the smarty pants.
Or the wise of this world.
The wise of this world. Or the guy that thinks they know it all, the woman that thinks they know it all. This is for those that have this idea or this that they already can foretell what's going to happen. I can predict what's going to happen and what you're going to do and
I know
what's
what
going to be
you're thinking.
I know what you're thinking. I already know where you're going with this. I've been around people long enough to know. I already knew you were going to say this. I know everything. These are the know-it-alls. These are for the smart people, or the supposed smart people.
Supposed ones.
The wise guys,
The
so
people
to
that
speak.
are so capable.
Yeah.
So high speed.
I
Yeah.
don't need this.
I don't need to do that. I don't need to live my life like this. That's the point.
It says to have knowledge, to be wise in, or to make oneself known, to be perceived, to be instructed. It just means to know. So,
To know and to, I always say to control.
but it's to know. It is to control. But these are individuals they have a certain state of mind that the Most High is saying you're wasting your time thinking you can control what I'm going to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what I'm about to do. You're wasting your time. Read on.
And, 47?
Yeah.
God, Isaiah 47. I'm reading 13. Thou art weary in the multitude of thy counsels. Do not the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee.
So what is the Most High saying?
You can plan all you want, or you can go to people who's going to tell you how it's going to go.
Yep.
But that don't change the fact that I got something waiting for you. And you can think it out, plan it out all you want, get instruction all you want. It's not going to solve and eliminate you or remove you from the punishment that's coming your way.
That's what he's saying. You said what he said. That's exactly what he said.
But this is how we operate. We just use our own mind to be the prognosticator. We trust in our thinking, and our thinking is the prognostication, and that's still idolatry because you're still trusting in how you look at things, and you deem yourself wise enough to orchestrate and control how the Most High is going to deal with you.
Either you go to someone else, or you're the fortune telling machine yourself.
Yep.
You're the crystal ball.
Yep.
You're the 8-ball.
Yep.
No.
I got something with you when you're ready. I don't know if you're done with that, but yeah.
Okay. That's all I want to prove because we were proving earlier about the narrative to control and the desire to control the situation and the circumstance.
Mm-hmm.
Just showing how whether it's me humbling myself down and letting the Most High control and dictate, or me trying to force the course of the river and me try to jump the Most High to make things happen in my favor. Both of them don't work.
Yep.
Neither way works. You controlling it or you trying to get an insight on what's to come, neither way works.
Okay.
That's all I wanted to bring up.
Listen, let's go to 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 26 and 29.
1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 26.
Now this is important because it kind of ties into what I had said on Monday. I mentioned online Monday that if we're going to be honest, we're all losers in the world. And I'm not saying that in a negative way. This verse is going to explain what I meant and the thinking you got to have in what I'm trying to explain earlier. Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 26 reads, For ye see your calling, brother.
So he's talking about the fact that each of us was chosen to serve the Most High. And Paul was explaining that for us who was called to serve the Most High, chosen to sit back here and live a life in pleasing the Heavenly Father. Read on.
Come, for ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble, are called.
Most High didn't call the successful people. He didn't call the elites into this. He didn't call the successful, high-speed individuals who make things shake and have all this ability and talent. He didn't call those people. He didn't call these high-end college graduate people and all these intelligent people and all these successful people in the world. He didn't call those people to serve him. Because those people don't have the humility and the selflessness to give up what they got to slum it with the regular folk. If we're going to be honest. Read on.
Come, verse 27. But the Most High have chosen the foolish things.
There's that foolish word again. how we're supposed to be fools for Christ. He chose the individuals that haven't been successful. He chose the individuals that haven't seen all the successes of living a worldly life. Read that verse again.
But the Most High have chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
To confound the ones who seek control, to seek comfort, to seek control of their environment. He said the Most High is not with those people that are about controlling their environment, Jew or Edomite. He's about sitting back here and choosing the foolish, the ones who are lacking, the ones who know they're lacking, the ones who know they need to work on things. This is what the Most High said he hates. A poor man that's what? Proud. Because the poor man is supposed to be humble enough to know he got problems.
Yeah.
The poor man should know, hey, your way don't work.
Don't you know you don't got it?
Don't you know you got problems, my dude?
I'm not in a position to speak like
So
that.
you don't got. Why is the broke dude tripping on being adjusted and changed? He's like he chose the poor, he chose the fools, he chose the failures with the expectation that it didn't work in the world. Let me listen and learn and do it now the right way with the Father.
Why are you arguing?
Why are you fighting me? You know your way didn't work.
You dropped out.
Without me, you was on drugs.
Yeah.
Without me, you was gangbanging. Without me, you was robbing people. And you got an opinion now?
Yeah.
He chose the foolish people of this earth, the ones who know they're wrong, to confound these people who are about control and not about putting the Most High first.
So
but their logic first.
He's checking them too.
He's checking them by elevating us.
Oh man.
Well, he's like, he wants the fools for Christ, not the wise. The wise aren't chosen.
We're lucky we're fools then. How about
That's why I was saying people were offended about the idea that we were talking about
losers?
we was losers. Let me be the loser. Because now I got a chance to get worked on and grow. Because when you walk around here telling yourself you're doing something special, you ain't going to change then. And if you ain't going to change, you won't make it. If you don't learn how to give up your control and your power, you ain't going to make it. So the Most High used our failures as leverage to get us humble to learn his way.
I'm talking down, man. So I'm trying to
That's
say.
the Jew, bro.
I'm talking down.
That's the Jew.
Is it really about someone's talking down? Or is it about someone trying to get us back in reality?
Because we are in a fantasy. We lie to ourselves and tell ourselves we're on point when we're not.
I'll never forget, I was watching this show, it was Oprah. And there was a pimp on there, right?
There was a pimp on Oprah?
It was an old pimp. It was one of the oldest pimps that ever lived, guys.
Like Fillmore Slim type
Yeah,
guy?
it was Fillmore.
Iceberg Slim.
It was Fillmore. He's real skinny.
How did I know it was Fillmore? I didn't say his name.
He was real skinny out, and he was looking kind of clean out. He said, I'm really a blues man. I'm a pimp, but I'm
How
really,
did he talk, man?
I'm really
He talk like this? He talk real low, man?
He's like I'm really a blues man. And she said,
What does that mean he's a blues
and
man?
she said, because he actually plays blues.
Okay.
He plays guitar. And that was his second job, right?
Was it a job or it was a hobby?
Well, I mean,
If he was a good pimp, it was a hobby.
Well, he was one of the greatest.
Okay.
But
He was a great guy.
If it was a great, then it's not a job. It was a hobby then. It was a hobby to play music.
But his passion was playing the blues.
Okay. Thank you.
And so,
Being silly. I'm being silly.
He has Jerry curl. His hair was a little fried out. It was an old curl, so it wasn't as wet as it used to be out. But he didn't want to change that.
Why didn't he clean it up for the show?
Listen, it was one of those bad film shows. And he said sometimes when you get a woman, because they're talking, how you do with your women? He said, well, I'll be honest with you. It's like when you get a woman, sometimes you gotta smack them back into reality.
What?
And that the
You
crowd.
better come with something spiritual with this answer.
No.
It better be spiritual with this analogy. This is going somewhere.
I'll turn the corner.
Please make this spiritual.
I'll turn the corner.
It's got to be something spiritual. Please.
Well, listen, there's a corner.
I almost got to say, listen, man, I don't approve of this. All right.
I'll get to the point. There's a point.
Cut this point.
And Oprah
Let's pull some Bible verses here. This is something wrong.
Listen, the women in the crowd were pulled back. Everybody, the whole crowd pulled back. And then he explained himself. You got to shock them back into reality. And they said, "What did you say?" And he had to say it again. So you got to smack them back into reality. Now listen, this is a very carnal, low-level realm. But in our realm,
Say that again. Say that again. Now.
This is
What Fillmore Slim said was carnal,
and
it's not what Jews do with their
no,
work.
we don't do that.
Let's make sure we're very clear with that statement. This has got to be a disclaimer. Yeah, we got flashing light. We don't do that to our ribs.
No.
We don't do that to our ribs. We don't do that to our ribs.
We don't teach that.
Okay.
We don't condone that. We don't co-sign any of that.
Okay, well keep going with your points. Got to make sure we slow that down now.
He said it, and in his mind, it's a normal way of living. It's like normal.
Yeah.
But he said you gotta smack them back into reality to get them to do what they gotta do. But I was using that point as a reference for us.
Because we're the Most High's woman.
You're the Most High's woman, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not, you're the Most High's woman, and you got a job to do. And do you want the Most High to shock you back into reality with police coming through, with evictions coming through, with car accidents coming through? Do you need these constant series of
unfortunate events?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do you need a series of misfortunate events where things keep happening worse and worse? I was in a parking lot one time, and this dude didn't pull a gun on me, huh? And I said, I know I've been off. I walked away. I just got my car and just drove by. I said, I know I know I'm not living right. I just got out of there because I was angry. But all of a sudden, when you're angry, somebody pulls a gun on somebody else is angry too. Why? I'm not the only one being angry. There's other people that are angry too. Why the Most High let this guy pull a gun out?
Yeah.
Because you know what? I'm not conscious that I need to be shocked back into reality.
Yeah.
We all need to be shocked back into reality. The key to the game is, can I check myself and keep myself in reality?
Yeah.
So I don't get put in these extreme positions.
Yeah. Let's go back to verse 26.
So like it, bro. It was Oprah show. It was good.
We almost got to the end. We almost got full circle. Cool, we almost did. I was 3/4 circle.
Yeah, it was 3/4.
It was 3/4.
Next time.
Let's go. Let's keep going now.
Verse 26. For ye see your calling, brethren, how that not many wise men after the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble, are called.
That's why this Israelite movement is not meant for all the top end people that are successful in this world. This movement is about the ones who have failed, the ones who have fallen and made mistakes. This is why the Most High talked about in Ezekiel chapter 9, verse 4, or really from verse 1 to 4 or 5. He said you got to find the guys who sigh and cry for the abominations. Because the people who sigh and cry for the abominations also aren't thriving in society. Because how can you thrive in society if you sigh and cry for the wickedness going on? It doesn't work. If you're thriving, it's because you've accepted the work and you've embraced it and you bought into this way of life. So to be a failure also is a sign that you haven't bought in to what you got to do to thrive. And the Most High is working with the people who haven't completely bought in to how this way is. So that means they have a greater chance to be molded and to be developed into learning how to live and think from a different perspective. That's what makes one person the fool and one person the worldly wise person. Because the worldly wise person has bought in to living a certain way to get a certain reward. Whereas the fool has failed enough times where maybe they might not want to go back and follow that wise way of doing anything in the world and commit themselves to a spiritual way of living. So he's choosing the fool with the expectation that the fool will submit, knowing that the person who's wise in the world won't submit. Does that make sense? Read on.
Verse 27. But the Most High hath chosen the foolish things.
The foolish things, the foolish people, the foolish people who are failures and written mistakes. Those are the ones he chooses. Read on.
Has chosen the foolish things of the world to confound the wise.
Because these foolish people end up changing their lives and living a spiritual life. And that confounds. How can you sit back here and live every day with the understanding and with the application that the Most High has to have providence over your life? That doesn't make sense. Why aren't you taking action to change this situation? Why don't you take action to do this? Why don't you take action to get what you want in life? Why don't you take action to grab the bull by the horns and get what you want? To not do that is foolish. To not live that way is foolish. But the Most High says those people that don't make no sense in the world make sense to him. And the people that operate with wisdom in the world make no sense to the Heavenly Father. And they're the ones who aren't called and chosen. You see, understand that dynamic? It's two different ways of looking at life. Am I going to fight to control my life, or am I going to fight to stay in order and wait for the Most High to send me the things that I need while working on my spiritual obedience? That's the fool, and that's the wise. That's the difference. Read on.
And the Most High have chosen the weak things of the world to confound the things which are mighty, and base things of the world, and things which are despised.
He says the most, and read on.
And the Most High have chosen.
Half the Most High chosen.
Half
the Most High
the
has chosen the base, low-level people and individuals that live on this earth. He chose them because they're more moldable. He chose the failures because they're more moldable. This is why I said we're a bunch of screw-ups, and that's okay. Because he chose that group. He chose the bench warmers as life. Maybe you saw that TV show. It was stupid.
What's that show?
It was a movie of the bench warmers. He chose the failures because they were moldable to be developed. Because he can work on their spirit.
The Mighty Ducks.
Well, Mighty Ducks, bench, whatever you want to call it. The underdogs. Bad News Bears, whatever you want to call it. He chose us because he can mold us into great servants of the Heavenly Father. Versus choosing the successful people who know how to navigate in this world and succeed. He didn't choose those people. But he chose the failures because of their potential to eventually serve and adapt from their way of looking at things to please the Heavenly Father. It doesn't matter how off you are. The only thing that matters is your willingness to submit and change. That's what matters. You can be flawed all damn day long, but do you have potential to fight your battles? Are you humble enough to break the things inside of you? That's what the Most High is looking at.
That's what he wants.
And if you're a fool, but are willing to, but if you're a fool and know you're a fool, and are humble enough to change, you're wise in Christ. And that's way more important than intelligence and know-how and can-do attitude that refuses to give up their power and control. They're nobodies in God's eyes.
So he said, I can work with you.
No. Yes.
So you don't think that we're maybe talking about someone else, because he's chosen many great men, wise men that have that scripturally in the Bible that were Paul, Moses, Esther. These were very wise,
Yes.
very trained men.
What made them so special?
They chose.
No. What made those men, whether it's Abraham, and I've talked about this many times, whether it's to these brothers, Abraham, Joseph, Moses, David, Solomon, what made them so great is for all their ability and their talents, they still gave up their control. That's what made them great. But the point is, how many of us do that? We can't even get a cat off the street to serve the Most High. What made them so special is that they had the total package. They had all the ability, all the power, all the skill, all the know-how. David could play music. He was intelligent. He was a warrior.
Competent.
He was competent in everything and still submitted to the will of the Father. That was why David was a man after the Most High's own heart. Same thing with when you hear about how Abraham and Isaac thought, on top of their talent and their abilities, these guys were above elite. But most of us aren't that way.
Right.
Most of us don't have those capabilities, because if we had those capabilities, we wouldn't be here. How many of us, if we had all those skills, would direct it towards serving the Most High's people? If you're going to be honest, most of us would be living our life making our damn money.
Benefit.
If we didn't sit back here and get our face put in the mud and life kick our butt. If we're going to be honest, if we had their capability and their spirit and their skill and their IQ level, they wouldn't be wasting it arguing with brothers about taking showers and being in order and sit back here and march.
So that's what
No, hear me out what I'm saying. They wouldn't be doing that
Right.
if most of us, if we had options, wouldn't choose serving the Most High and dealing with the sick every day.
Okay. Now,
So that's
what
just
we're talking about, the one that's super up here.
no.
Because
No. This verse isn't talking about the super guys. He's talking about everybody else. You're talking about the elites. I'm talking about the Most High chose the foolish people of the world
Okay.
to work with.
Because
You're talking about the top end 144,000 men.
okay.
Because those guys that you're talking about, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, they're going to be the leaders of the nation.
Okay. Well, let's begin.
But you still got an entire 1/3 of the nation, which is like the sand of the sea. What about them? How is he dealing with them?
Right.
The rest of the nation aren't elite like that. And for everybody else who's not elite, he's choosing them because they failed in life. And hopefully there's enough humility in them to follow the examples of these elite men who put it on the line and didn't make it about them their whole life.
Okay. Because I'm just making sure, because I know there's men here and myself that I could choose to stay in the world that I've been in.
Yeah.
I mean, and been fine.
Yeah.
Had issues, but
But then it wouldn't be fine then.
right.
Listen, that's my point. You wouldn't be fine if you had issues. You'd be in the world suffering with a bigger paycheck. That's not being on point. What I'm saying is, okay,
There's millions of us that live that life where we're detached from the Most High. The finances are great. The house is big. The dogs are.
You know how many people are on prescription who are servants to prescription medication?
You're saying that I have to be here, and I choose to be here.
Well, everybody chooses to be here.
But we
Now, whether it's here or out there, we all have issues.
can I put one scripture?
Okay. So my point is, everybody's choosing to be here.
Right.
But who is
But the Most High,
calling? Who is he calling?
who is he choosing?
Yes, who is he choosing?
Or who is he choosing to even receive the information?
And it's all up to him.
Well, that's what we're talking about. It's not us.
Right.
The Bible is saying he is calling the people. He is giving certain people to get for the knowledge to stick.
Right.
And the people whose knowledge, who the Most High's knowledge is sticking to, are the fools of the world.
He has a target audience that he's looking for.
And everybody that's in this building, the Most High targeted. But why did he target us? Because we were the fools and the base men of the world. We're still the fools and the base men of the world.
If he calls fools, fool, and then we show up, then who's the fool?
Then who's the fool? Listen, if you're in the building reading the Bible, then guess what? You're a fool. And you're the base of the world. It's that simple. Everybody has different classes and levels of options they got.
We might not like the terminology.
It doesn't feel good, but it's true.
Fool,
But everybody has options. Look, I'm gonna say everybody has the option to stay or go, and everybody has the option to leave and manage their sickness. However, they feel is important to manage their sickness. That's all good. But what we're talking about, the humility of the people that he's choosing, and because they've had a bunch of hard knocks and things didn't work out the way they wanted, he uses those individuals to give them an opportunity to see the word.
Right.
This is where it goes into the parable of the seed and the sower. He's choosing the base people and the base things of life to give them an opportunity to receive this seed, this message, and let it stick. The Most High said out of the base things of this world, there's 4 different type of base people. He said there's certain base people who get the word and this never sticks. And they never understand it. Other base people, they're still base people, get the knowledge and the desire to sit back here and get riches and comfort chokes the message and becomes more important than the message. And then they leave and go pursue the riches. They're still base men and base women. Fools. Or the message hits you and you receive it and you find joy in the message and you grow, and then all of a sudden you're no longer base. You're great in the Most High's eyes. even though you're still a fool in the world.
Absolutely.
That's the point. So we're fools in the world because of what we did not accomplish in the world. And then we're fools in Christ from the world's perspective because of the rescinding of the control and the service that has to come with being great in Christ.
Living by faith. You don't have to.
But and it's foolishness in the world to live by faith. But your ability to sit back and serve the Most High and live by faith is your badge of honor and greatness in the eyes of the Heavenly Father. And the more capabilities that you have, that you choose not to splurge on yourself, is a greater badge of honor to yourself, which goes back to your Davids and your Solomons and your, I can't even say Solomon because he messed up half the time, Moses's and Jeremiah's. These guys had the power to do great things for themselves, but yet still they chose the service of the body to commit themselves to, and that's why they were great. They were great because of what they gave up, not because of what they chose to do to benefit themselves. But the rest of us were chosen because we had a higher proclivity or a higher chance that we'll be appreciative for this word because it didn't work out in the world. You telling me if you're making 6 figures, you gonna come off 6 figures and do this? Hard to do that. Hard to do that. Really hard. That's why it says it's easier for a camel to walk through an eye of a needle than for a rich man into the gates of heaven. It's way too much to give up to live this life. But if you're already on the bottom, is it easier to accept it? It is a little easier to accept it. And that's what he's doing. This is what he's explaining.
And if you're not on the bottom, read Hebrews, because you mentioned Moses. Read Hebrews chapter 11, verse 24. Hebrews chapter 11, verse 24.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 24 reads, by faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
So was Moses on the bottom?
Lie.
No.
No, it wasn't.
No, not at this time. Moses was groomed by. Remember when Moses was pulled out the Nile, out the river. He was pulled out the Nile and he was brought into Pharaoh's household by Pharaoh's wife, and so he was groomed from the time he was pulled out the water and she specifically groomed him to be the next Pharaoh. He was supposed to be the next leader of all Egypt. So he was groomed that way, and he was educated in the way of being the king once the king died. He was going to be an adopted son that was going to be put in the position of a ruler. We're not necessarily coming from that way. We come from sometimes the lowest level of society.
Right. That was the point.
But you mentioned Moses.
Right.
I'm only mentioning Moses. I'm only mentioning Moses because not everybody came from the bottom, where it's easier to hear the word of the Lord.
Right.
But in your point, some of the greats of the Bible didn't start on the bottom,
Right.
but they had a choice, and that's what we were talking about when you first mentioned about that having a choice, choosing to be here. Read on.
Right.
Come.
He said, my fault. Hebrews 11,
24.
24 come.
Hebrews chapter 11, verse 24 reads, by faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
They had a name. They're the ones that gave him his name. But you know what? They had a plan for him, and he could have lived out the plan that the Egyptian queen had for him.
Right.
But what did he do? Read on.
Choosing rather to suffer.
He did what?
Choosing rather to suffer.
What choice did the greats make?
Choosing rather to suffer affliction.
He didn't have to feel affliction. He didn't have to pick up no stone, make brick from straw. He didn't have that job. He could have been the one pointing the finger. Y'all make more brick. Y'all get these pyramids built. Y'all go fetch this water. Y'all go mine this gold. He could have been the one pointing the finger as an overlord or an overseer. But instead, his options were, you know what? I could sit back and enjoy this life that this woman created for me, that Pharaoh and his wife created for me, or I'm going to make another choice. Read on.
choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of the Most High.
And if you didn't start from the bottom, then you better have a whole lot of faith to make the right choice.
Because how many of us are giving up 6-figure jobs to serve the Most High and then to work like this?
Only by faith can you do that. So you better have a lot of faith if you're gonna cast forth all the wealth and riches, and just like the young rich ruler that Christ told, sell everything you got.
He couldn't do it.
He couldn't do
But
it.
he followed the law. He followed the commandments.
Yeah.
But he couldn't make the greatest sacrifice to be great in heaven. Because in order to be great in heaven, you have to be a fool in this world.
And it takes more faith to have bigger and better options, but still live like everybody else. It takes more faith. It's not as faithful when you're really on the bottom. You ain't got nothing. You have nothing to lose.
That's what I say. When you don't have a job, what are you losing? We even teach brothers, you don't really know what this is until you get stable.
That's what's up.
You really don't know what type of brother you are until you gain options.
You don't need them.
When you gain options, then people sit back here and start changing.
Minorities have a higher mortality rate than anybody. From abortions to sicknesses to death to being shot down and gunned down by each other. So a lot of us weren't even expected to be here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us weren't even expected to make it to 21 or 18.
You know how many brothers we dealt with came to the truth with no job skills, no talents, no ability. Once they got it and they got a rib, they left. Because all they did is, I get what I need and I'm out. And this is why most of doesn't give men the things they're looking for so early. Because once men get what they want, then they start exiting stage left. Because it was really just about that. And the Most High understands that about the nature of men. They fight until they get what they want, and then when they get what they want, it's not about serving the Most High and your people again. This is why he stretches out the blessings for so long. We've seen too many generations go through this process.
We've seen
everybody's Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah, and then when I get the thing that I was looking for, then I stop.
We see men that come to truth that were illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And then they're illegal immigrants. So
we have none now, Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
They would sit them ice boys be out there side.
But in the past, but we had men that were, when you're an illegal immigrant, you don't have many options. You don't have many choices. Because you're on borrowed time. But when paperwork comes through, things get signed.
Everything's good now. God's good.
Then you know what? They shoot off like a rocket.
Or we had a brother back in the day who was running from a 3-strike case.
Yeah.
All of a sudden it was about Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shai Barakatah. And then once he threw himself in the mercy of the court and he just got put on probation, do you think he came back to the work? Of course not. That's the point. When Israelites get what they want, then they slow down. And the Most High knows that. Because when it really boils down to it, most of us just want to get something and stop. And this is the answer as to why do I not have the thing he wants. Because you don't get the thing you want, this is for all the class. You don't get the thing you want because the Most High don't believe that once you get it, you're going to stay. For those of us, or he doesn't believe that if you get what you want, the pace and your level of commitment will be the same.
Yep.
That is the most clearest answer as to why we don't have the things we want. It doesn't get any deeper than that.
Sometimes the things that we want become a distraction.
Because we make it about the blessing and not the power who gives the blessing.
Right. The Most High now becomes second fiddle.
And what makes these individuals great is they threw their whole life away for the Most High. They threw everything that was comfortable and ease in their life for the excellency of Christ.
They threw their potential away.
Or they'll give their life up. Because you think everybody talks about martyrdom like it's easy. You telling me if Esau says, listen, renounce your belief right now and you'll live. Or you're going to sit back here and be on the racks getting cut up and bludgeoned and getting every part of your body cut off.
So they say, we're going to send you to Guantanamo Bay. Which ain't nothing but an off-site prison.
But it's off-site prison where they can do whatever they want to do with you.
Yeah.
They can abuse you how they want to. You seen them pictures of them Arabs that was at Guantanamo? And how they were being abused?
For hours.
For hours. Listen, think about whatever depravity you can think of. They're naked with their heads covered up. They're getting hit with water hoses.
Waterboarding.
They're getting pictures. They're taking pictures with them all naked out. They're mutilating their bodies. They're abusing them physically.
Yep.
You get that, or renounce your belief right now. How many Israelites got the courage to accept their fate. Not many of us. So a lot of times it's kind of hard for us to measure ourselves by these caliber men because we're not those people. We're better off to accept that we're not those 144 great men, that we're regular poor men and women who are low-level base people that are fortunate the Most High gave us this knowledge and taught us who we were. We're in a better pocket to believe that. There's women on that side, men on that side. Y'all understand what we're saying? So read 1 Corinthians 1 and 28.
1 Corinthians chapter.
Yeah. 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 28.
Come. 1 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 28 reads, and base things of the world, and the things which are despised, have the Most High chosen.
The Most High has chosen the base things to give them an opportunity to earn salvation.
And Christ's words in Matthew chapter 5, which some people call the Beatitudes, blesses the man that,
Despitefully uses you.
Despitefully uses you. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Christ's words is to let you know that you made the right choice, even though you're suffering, and it's going to be okay. That's the comfort of Christ's words. He knows you gave up your potential and what you could have been doing, but you're suffering for his name's sake, and it's okay.
Yep.
Because sometimes we need that extra encouragement to know that I could have been somewhere else doing something else and not having to deal with what I'm dealing with, but those regrets might start kicking in. And I might start telling myself, what if? What if I would have did this? Or what if I do this now? What if I take this option that's available for me, or that other option that's available for me?
Or once I get this knowledge and I acquire talents and I acquire abilities. I remember brothers would sit back here, get developed from scratch, and then they'd leave and they say, hey man, I just want to thank you for building me up so I can do my own thing.
Yeah.
I mean, brothers came and said, listen, we taught them work ethic, discipline, how to look at things spiritually. Then they leave and they build their own thing and say, hey man, I just want to thank you for
giving me these skills.
Give me these skills so I can thrive on my own. Appreciate it.
I wouldn't have the job that I got now if it wasn't for the skills that y'all taught me.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden they living their life smiling, not realizing scripturally in 1 Timothy 1 or 2 and 2 says you're supposed to sit back here and give unto faithful men so that they would do what? Teach others also. Not give to faithful men so they can live their own life and do them. That's not what the Bible says. But we experience it all the time. You get elevated, then God isn't important anymore.
To see who you are.
You get stable.
You get stable to see where you really can't give a proper readout on somebody until they get comfortable. Because when somebody's comfortable, then you know their heart. When you're hungry and you're in need, everybody want to serve the Most High.
That's why Satan says, skin for skin, a man will sell everything he has to save his own flesh. He'll say it. Man will do anything and say anything when his skin is on the line.
Yep.
When his hide is on the line.
Yep.
But what about when you are comfortable, like you said?
Then is the Most High still the apple of your heart or the apple of your eye? More times than not, they're not. So the Most High is choosing the base things with the expectation that once the Most High elevates you, you'll be appreciative enough to return the favor and keep serving.
To your nation.
But the problem is, when you're base and you get built up, a lot of Israelites live their life at that point.
No, they show their hand.
Because they showed that they really, just because they were chosen don't mean that they're saved. Many are called for what? So many are called. So he's calling all these base people, but not all the base people end up being chosen. Because the base people are just waiting for an opportunity to come up, to live their life. Very few were base, get built up, and still choose a base lifestyle.
It's like a.
I'm gonna say it again.
Yeah.
Not many people are base coming in, get built up, and still choose to be based. Because that's what it takes to get blessed and to finish the path that you were chosen to do. Because most of us, once we get comfortable and get out of our rut, we get our head clear, whether it's financial or spiritual. Some people don't have job skills. Some people don't have mental outlook skills. And once you fight your battles, and learn how to get a hold of your outlook, then you go do you. Those are the ones who don't make it. Because once you get these gifts and talents, the requirement that Most High has for us is to give back to the sick. We're supposed to heal the sick and cleanse the leper. Not get healed and live the life you want to live. You don't read that anywhere in the scriptures. Only the takers did that. Only the takers came to Christ and said, heal me. Thank you. See what I see? I can see that. Everybody, he did it. He looked it up. When Christ said, don't tell anybody what I did. All right. Hey, I can see now. Hey. I see you. Hey, I see colors. I see colors. That's what Jew does, huh? Well, it wasn't about that. And if you got blessed, you're going to sit back and commit to the gospel now? Hell no. Most people don't do that. So he's giving the base people and things in this world an opportunity to be great in Christ. But to be great in Christ, you got to get developed, rise up, and still choose that base path to keep pulling other sick people up and out. Right. Or you've missed the whole understanding of what this is about. Okay, so read verse 28 and 29. Let's get out of this so we go to the next part.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 28 reads, and base things of the world and things which are despised have the Most High chosen. Yeah, and things which are not, to bring to naught things that are.
And the purpose of the Most High choosing the sick and the dysfunctional, because that's what it is. It's the sick and the dysfunctional of our nature, of our nation. Read on.
Verse 29, that no flesh should glory in his presence.
Don't you understand how the Most High's psychology is? Everything he does is to squash pride. Because everything about us is not about acknowledging that the Most High is in control of our situation. So if he sits back here and chooses the ones who aren't favorable in the world, that means he's creating scenarios to constantly break the pride out of all men. So why is it so far-fetched to understand that the Most High is going to sit back here and make you figure out all the things your way? They don't work. And you have to learn how to wait for the Most High, and then he blesses you that way. Yeah. And that's how he does what? No flesh glories in his presence, even in your life. He has to make sure that you don't glory in your motives. And you don't glory in how you maneuver things.
Or it's my skill set.
Or it's my skill set. I have a particular set of skills. No,
yeah.
Listen. Your particular set of skills ain't going to get you what you want. Not in this realm. And he makes sure of it so you don't glory in you. And you learn how to follow him.
And so, even if you do get what you want, who says it's going to last?
That's my point. You better be in order. Because listen, your blessing is contingent upon your ability to stay in order with the Heavenly Father. Mm-hmm. That's how you realize you really don't control nothing. And when you realize that, you can truly be great in Christ. Let's go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 10. And I think verse 11.
Come. 1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 11 read.
Matter of fact, before we go on to 10 and 11, read 10 and 10. Matter of fact, read 9 again.
Come.
Nope. Read 7.
1 Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 7 reads, then came Jonathan to Jerusalem and read the letters in the audience of all the people and of them that were in the tower.
Read verse 8.
Who were sore afraid when they heard that the king had given him authority to gather together an host.
This is the sad reality about our people. Israel only serves the Most High when godly men get the authorization from the king to do so. Remember when Ezra got the commission from the king of Persia to go and reset up the temple? The only way Israel was going to ever sit back here and listen to Ezra is if he had the backing of the king. Same thing with Nehemiah. Israel only obeys when the righteous man is backed by the power and authority on earth. Without that, teaching the Most High's word and pushing Israel to be the best they can be, you can forget it. Listen, Judas has been fighting against that negative element at Accra for over 10 years to no avail. Jonathan comes in here and reads the letter from the king, and everybody releases hostages. Everybody obeys now. Now Jonathan can sit back here and rebuild the temple. Go to Ecclesiastes 8 and 4 in the Bible.
Ecclesiastes chapter 8.
In the Bible. This is
In the Bible,
Ecclesiastes.
verse 4 reads.
Let me get there real quick, sir. We're not gonna make the whole topic. I want to get to a few points and then we can shut it down. Let me sit back here. Read that, sir.
Ecclesiastes in the Bible, chapter 8, verse 4 reads.
Okay.
Where the word of a king is, there is power.
This is the only thing that gets people to move. This is the only way that Jews move.
Oh, the king said it? Okay.
Okay, now I'll be obedient. Now I'll lock in because the law, if I don't, I'm going to die. That's pretty much it. Israel only sits back here and leans into the spiritual solution when death is on the horizon. If immediate death isn't in your face, the Jew ain't doing a damn thing. They ain't changing nothing.
That's why King Saul said, I'm going to chop up your oxen.
Yep.
If you don't, go to battle.
Yeah, Saul hacked the damn ox or bull in 12 pieces and sent he wrapped it up like a damn barber, like a butcher did, and sent it to him. He said, listen, this is what's going to happen to your cattle if you don't fight. Yes, sir. We will fight. We will fight. Where he wants to fight. But without that, the Jew wouldn't fight. That's the reality about our people. You only do right when you gotta do right. And that's the sad thing. But this is how you know the Most High is working his power. Because now the Jew in Jerusalem has to submit. Because the white man said to submit. And don't forget, what does Proverbs 21 and 1 say? The Most High controls the what?
The king.
The heart of the king. The thinking of the king. So the Most High is working on Demetrius. It's like he worked on Alexander Bella. To sit back here and look after the Jew that was obedient. So the Most High worked two things. He blessed those 2,000 men in Jonathan, and he reminded them that I did it. And it wasn't you. When the Most High says, the scripture says the Most High is a jealous power, this is what this means. Because he's jealous, you need to know that he did it. And it wasn't you. That is the root of jealousy. You need to know that whatever you get that's good, I gave it to you. And that's how he frames your life and your world. And can you accept that? He pulls you out of your crappy job. He pulls you out of your life. He pulls you out of the gut. You don't do nothing. You ain't got what it takes to get you out. He gonna get you out. He elevates. It is so important to the Most High that he drives that point to us. He dominates and controls. And because he's a jealous power, it is in his nature to let you run around in circles and get tired. And then he comes through in the way that he wants to come through. You have to understand that's how the Most High thinks. So when you don't get what you want, it's because you're not supposed to get what you want. You're supposed to get what you need and the way the Most High wants to give it to you. Yes, I'm saying.
On that point, read that verse again.
Verse 4?
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, verse 4.
Where the word of a king is, there is power. And who may say unto him, what doest thou?
So when he says the word of the Lord, there he says where the word of the king is, there's power. Mm-hmm. That king represents consequence.
Yep.
Because sometimes people aren't going to do the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing. Sometimes we wait for people to feel guilty before they change, or to feel bad for what they do so they can change or they can see themselves, or you would hope that when you explain something to somebody that they can sit back and have contrition and say, you know what, I was wrong. You know what, that's the bad. You know what, I've been tripping lately. People don't automatically, by persuasion of morality.
Yeah, the honor code.
Yeah,
out of here.
You know, Scout's honor.
Yeah, you got to be the best Jew you can be. Yeah, whatever.
They're not listening to that.
Yeah, right. It's got to be honorable and charity and love and being a good Jew.
They're not listening to that because what the Most High understands is, and what we have to understand is, sometimes people need enforcement. Because if you're waiting on
like
people,
Dawiya said, somebody got to get slapped into reality.
Oh yeah,
That's how we tied in. It's tied in.
Dawiya was right. We got to get shot back into reality. But sometimes that moral idea, that ethical, because of ethics and morals, that's going to convince this brother or sister to think right. That's not enough, because people don't have enough ethics and enough morals to see themselves or to feel guilty about decisions that they're making. So what? A lot of times, you have to have a consequence set up for individuals, and that's what the king represents. Because if not, they'll never do, they'll never abide, they'll never change, they'll keep doing their own will. So that the Most High understands that mentally that applies, and also socially it applies.
Facts, man. Let's do another verse, Ecclesiasticus 11. I think it's Ecclesiasticus 11, verse 20 to 23.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 20.
Let me get it real quick. Yes. I'm going to read it. I'm going to type it in. Ecclesiasticus chapter 11, verse 20 to 21. No, 20 to 23.
Come.
So once again, we're going back into the point where Jonathan and those 2,000 soldiers are getting elevated and blessed, even though they failed. Even though they were imperfect in their war with Bacchides. And they're sitting back here in the swamps near Jerusalem, suffering with their families. Just like, Judah was suffering in Seminole land, just living in swamps on the run. Just living a very difficult, uncomfortable life for the Most High's sake. So now all of a sudden the tables are turned, and now you have Esau on our side, promoting Jonathan. But what did it take to get us to that point? Read that. Ecclesiastes 11.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 20 reads, "Be steadfast in thy covenant."
What he says is, regardless of what you're benefiting or losing, you have to be steadfast in your morals and your principles and your why.
That's major.
You have to be steadfast in why you're doing this, why you're fighting your battle, why you're living a life of discomfort, why you're sacrificing your comforts for the body's sake, why you put your intentions last and your life last, why you're doing these things. You can never lose sight of why you put up with this man's crap, why you put up with his ups and downs, why you have to lose for this man, why you got to lose for the body, why you got to lose for the brotherhood, why you got to put up with her crap. You need to be steadfast in your covenant, in your decision to ride out with this woman, with this husband, with these brothers. It's still a covenant, right? Yeah. I chose to commit to serving the Most High. I chose to commit to this path. And he says you have to be steadfast in this covenant regardless of what you go through or lose or gain. Because this is what the Most High is looking at. Before you get honored, you have to show your steadfastness. Can we look that word up real quick?
Steadfast.
Come. Steadfastness. Which one?
I want the first one and the second one.
Okay, the first one. Come. Definition of steadfastness.
No, not fastness. I want steadfast.
Okay, steadfast. Fast fixed.
Meaning, I am not going anywhere. Once a wife makes a decision to serve her husband, she ain't supposed to go nowhere. You have to be steadfast in your covenant, in your decision to serve your husband. And that goes with the husband too. If you made a choice to walk with this woman, you work it out and you ride it out. You make a decision to live a life to serve the Most High, you live that life and you commit to the Most High regardless of what you gain or lose. That's what steadfast is in your covenant. Your covenant is your decision. If you chose to serve the Most High, then why are you changing? Why are you backing away from putting the Most High first? If the Most High is your anchor and He is the reason that you exist, there should be nothing in your life that changes you from that anchor. Read on. In the definitions.
Come. Fast fixed. Firm. Firmly fixed.
Firmly fixed. I'm not going anywhere. There's nothing that's going to be said. There's not one or two occurrences that's going to shake me from the choice I made to put the Most High first. Because people's love and service are conditional to to how their life operates.
Yep.
And that's how you show that you're not really about the Most High, because your love is conditional. Your commitment is conditional. Your commitment isn't firm, fixed. Your commitment and your dedication has to be steadfast. This is why men don't get ribs either. Because he's like, I don't believe this person's decision making is based on being firm and fixed. I think he's going to go somewhere to get something. So why would I give him something that's going to make him want to leave?
He's not rooted.
The Most High wants to know that you're not going anywhere and that your covenant is firm and fixed. If you want to know why you don't get blessed, men and women, it's because you have to prove that you ain't going nowhere. Not to me, not to Shamshuan, not to Dawiyad, not to the elders. It's to the Most High. You got to convince him, not me. There's no brown nosing here allowed.
Yeah, I don't like that.
No, I don't like that at all, bro. Oh, the generals and the teachers. Well, I don't want to hear that crap out. Listen, you got to prove to the Most High you're not going nowhere. Because he's demanding that you're firm and you're fixed in your decision, in your covenant with him. Read on.
Or established as the steadfast. Well,
No, give me the number 2.
constant, firm,
Yeah, read on. What's the next one? Resolute. Well, give me resolute. I mean, you're constant. You're not going nowhere. Your feet are firmly planted to the ground.
resolute, having a fixed purpose.
I have a fixed purpose. He needs to make sure that you have a fixed purpose in this serving the Most High thing. You have a fixed purpose in serving your husband thing. Are you going to have a fixed purpose in putting the work first? Is that always going to be your priority? And if the Most High doesn't think that that's going to be your priority in perpetuity, why give you something that is of value? Why give you significant blessings if he's not convinced you're resolute in your decisions?
I have to accept the purpose first.
But that's the point. But this is what the Most High is looking for. When he is analyzing all of us. Are you resolute in your stance? And if you're not, if you have all these thoughts about leaving, I don't want to do this, I don't know. Listen, man, why is he going to bless you for something? If you're always wishy-washy about what you want to do.
You're telling him not to bless you.
That you are saying, nah, this guy ain't the one to build with. Or this guy isn't the one to bless.
That's all it is.
That's all he's saying.
He said, a double-minded man is unstable in all his ways.
Think not he will get anything from the Most High.
The Lord told you.
You're not gonna get nothing from him if he thinks you're shaky. So
That was my scripture I was going to
okay. Well,
Hebrews 10 and 23, real fast.
okay.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 23 read.
And then James 1 and 6.
Oh man, slide him in. Got him. I thought it was just one, bro.
That sounds like the scripture. Let's go.
I got another one for you. So it was Hebrews what?
10:23.
Okay.
Hebrews chapter 10 and verse 23 reads. Let us hold the profession.
No. Fourth word.
Let's hold fast.
Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without
Stop
wavering.
right there. This is a profession, bro. This is not a gig. It's not an Israelite gig or Israelite little
Phase. It's not a phase.
It's a phase, a gig. A profession is something that you commit to death. This is my career.
Mhm.
This is my occupation for life.
This is my covenant. This is my promise.
Yeah.
You know, listen, when Moses said, I have a covenant with Israel, what does that mean? This is it. I'm with y'all.
Permanent.
I'm not going. Even though you're pissing me off, he didn't cut us off completely. A covenant is forever. It's in blood. He said you had to hold fast what you committed to do. This is not I want to do it a little bit and get out. No, this is your life. I'm sorry.
Yeah, perfect. Let us hold fast what? The profession. Read.
The profession of our faith.
I mean, our faith, every element that's connected to our faith, every degree of scenario we'll put in, every requirement that our faith requires, we have to be professional about that and be committed to it. It's not just an experiment. Read.
Without wavering.
Without what? He's telling you the how he wants you to be. Without what spirit?
without wavering.
The spirit of wavering. What is a wave? Is a wave
Up and down. You're high and low. You're hot, you're cold. You feel good about it, you don't feel good about it.
Waves change with
You
the
have
weather.
reservations, and you feel good today, but you have reservations. You're not sure. There's a lot I don't know. He's telling you that's that disposition that's not sober.
Yeah.
There's not a clarity about your purpose and the decision that you make. Until you make a decision that there's no turning back, you're wavering. And you're not steadfast in your covenant and your commitment to this process. And if you haven't proven to the Most High that you're steadfast to this process, why are you expecting good things for doing it? That's not even realistic and fair for the Most High to give you a blessing when you're not resolute in your choice.
Not fixed.
You're not fixed and unmovable in your decision. That he's telling you the key to getting the things you're looking for.
And it tells you the second part. Read.
Yeah.
For he is faithful.
He is what?
Faithful.
The Most High is consistent and dependable. Read.
That promise.
If the Most High says, I promise you, I'm look out for you, you have an end of the deal too. Israel has this one-ended deal mindset.
If he's like, listen, the Most High gave you a covenant, you gotta live your end of the bargain too. You gotta live your life to the covenant like he's living his life to the covenant.
Yeah.
There's gotta be a treaty on both sides. Yeah. You read about these arms deals with Russia and the United States, and they made promises, we're not gonna sit back and make nuclear weapons.
The shakiest.
We won't do it until you don't know. But you know what's messed up? These policies are ending like this year. The policy to sit back here and not make nuclear weapons is over this year. So guess what? And nobody's having talks about re up on it because they're gearing up. But they were supposed to sit back and not do it while the treaty was going on. And they weren't supposed to be truce breakers. But we're truce breakers all the time.
With the Lord.
You ever see like on those TV shows where the husband and wife are about to be married, then the wife has cold feet and she's not sure she wants to do this, and they try to convince her to go through with it and she's not sure, and all these thoughts are going on, and they don't tell the man that she has cold feet. Then the guy comes, then the other dude she was messing with comes to the wedding and Barbara, don't leave me. I don't want to lose you, Barbara. Come over to me. And then she goes to him. Like you was sitting back here and lukewarm from the beginning. Do you want a woman that's lukewarm? That keeps throwing, yeah. Jerry loved me good. I love Jerry. And I ain't got over Jerry.
I'm not sure.
I still have feelings for Jerry. Then you go back to Jerry.
I'm not resolute.
You need to go back to Jerry. I don't want no parts of you.
Well, Jerry's busy.
Don't tell me that. You still gotta tell me, I still have feelings for, I still have for Tupac. Like if I'm Will Smith, I'm like, listen, bro, you're not gonna tell me you still heart Tupac and I gotta smile and kiss you in the mouth tomorrow. There's no way. Then get out of here, man. I'm not dealing with that crap.
Especially if you live in Albuquerque, where you got Tupac at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, bro.
Every day at 5 o'clock they play Tupac.
And now, I think it's still now.
They're still going.
This is crazy.
He's still alive in Albuquerque.
Yeah,
he is. Yes,
Tupac
yes.
at 5 o'clock.
Yes, that's a real thing.
It's a law in Albuquerque.
Yeah. Like, why are they still playing this guy's music? It's like 20 years, 25 years later, bro.
96.
That's crazy. 30, almost 30 years after.
This year.
Well, he had some sort of history.
No, it's just music.
It's fans. It's fans.
Yeah. People are tranced with that music.
Yes, and we will not stop.
Yeah. It's Bob Marley and Tupac.
Yeah. But what's the point? Listen. Men can understand that if the person you're with is constantly having second thoughts about the other man, who wants that? Who wants that? Who wants somebody that's really be hugged? This is my girl. I know she kind of likes that too, but it's okay.
There's men like that.
But those are soft poo butts. But what are we trying to say with the Most High? We do this to the Most High all the time. Yeah, I like this guy thing. Yeah, he's good. He's a little strict though. He's a little strict. He's a little possessive. I don't really like how controlling he is, but he does help me, but he's just controlling too much, and I kind of want to do my own. I want time for me sometimes, but he doesn't let me have any time for me. What's the Most High saying? Like, get your ass over. Excuse my French, because people are mad about me saying a couple bad words online. So
It's a family program.
Look, that's what they're saying.
I understand.
Like this cartoons.
I understand.
Like your Saturday morning cartoons. Like you gotta excuse a 3-letter word every once in a while. Come on, man. This ain't Saturday morning cartoons.
We're trying, bro. We gotta spell it out.
It isn't like Toon Network Cartoon Network out here.
They're
PBS.
They're bad too. They're bad.
But they're not saying curse words. They expect this to be PBS Reading Rainbow It's going to be a little bit adult here. I'm so sorry that it's not perfect. And I said a curse word on the Shabbat. Salakia. People are tripping online about this.
We try.
Didn't Paul say, though I'm rude in speech, not in knowledge? Can we get a little pass? A baby pass? Ain't like I'm sitting back here like, Emma F. Snoop, Emma F. Drake. I ain't doing that crap, I'm not going crazy like that, Okay. So I had to throw that out there because come on, man.
I get it, bro. I'll try to make it.
Listen, just understand, there is literal effort to try to keep it PG. Sometimes it comes out.
It's PG.
Forgive me for the
PG-19.
Yes.
It's PG-19 now.
Yes. Or PG 18 and a half, or 17.5. It's PG 17.5, Golly,
Yeah. So wavering, right?
Yeah.
There's some wavering going on.
Yes, wavering.
And the waves happen when the wind changes, the weather changes. Do we change with the wind? Do we change with the weather? Most High says, I give you a contract. I don't want you changing with the weather.
Yeah.
I want you to know I'm faithful.
And what I was explaining about how we can understand how a woman that kind of likes you, but she likes the other guy that she had, that vexes a man. And we just read the Most High is jealous. So why would he reward a woman, us, when we're unwavering, when we're wavering, and we're not steadfast in our decision to put him first?
Yeah.
Why would he bless you?
With that sad bride.
Well, I'm here because I have nowhere else to go.
No, I seen that.
Or I'm here because I'm homeless. So if I don't serve the Most High, I'll be in the streets. So
I seen a picture, bro. I'm growing up, right? And there's these wedding pictures. I'm like, it's a beautiful wedding. When you look at the eyes of the woman that's getting married at, and she's like, well, this is the wedding day. Or like Kobe when he got the championship, he was just his first one. He got the championship. He's sad with his first championship. I'm like, brother, listen, we have to look at the Most High like he is the ultimate prize. What man doesn't want to feel like he's the? I mean, even if he's not the ultimate prize, can you make him feel like it? Man? You make your brother feel like he got something good, like at least smell good.
I'm not even gonna say that. I'm not gonna say. Listen, if you gotta fake it, there's a problem with you.
Yeah.
You have to fake appreciation. Then what are you doing?
I don't appreciate you.
I gotta hype myself on this. I just love God. I mean, no.
I love him.
Come on, man.
I love you. I kind of love you. Which one is it?
What is the Most High trying to say?
Come.
The Most High extends out, and listen, just keeping it light or bringing it out of the funny zone. The Most High knows that our love has to keep growing.
That's true.
He knows that we don't come into serving the Most High understanding even what love really looks like. But the Most High understands that we don't know what love looks like. But don't expect blessings until you learn what love looks like. How about that? Most High is not unfair to destroy you because you don't know what love looks like. But he's not an idiot to reward you for something that you ain't earned either. That makes sense? If you want the Most High to love you and with blessings, you have to learn how to love him first. And when you make those strides to showing the Most High that you're unwavering to his obedience, then you'll start seeing him come through for you. But until then, you're going to keep running in place until you realize you got to give more. And give more with a sober disposition. When you figure that out, and there's no doubt in your mind and your actions where you want to be, then you'll start seeing those blessings come a lot easier.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yep.
It was actually going that direction. James 1:6, just to get to that point.
James chapter 1 and verse 6 read, but let him ask in faith.
If you want something, you say, I do want to give it to you, but you got to ask this way. Can you ask this particular way? Can you ask in faith? Read.
Nothing wavering.
It's not what you ask for. A lot of times it's also how you ask for it. He's going to tell you yes or no. But a lot of times we push our blessings away because we're not in the spirit of true faith. We have second thoughts. Read.
Come. For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed.
So the Most High has given us a visual example of how He does not want us to operate. He doesn't want us to operate based off of we change because the weather changes, or situations change, or the benefits might change, or the things don't look good. He doesn't like it. That's the point.
Okay, so let's go back to Ecclesiastes 11 and 20.
Mm-hmm.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 20 reads, Be steadfast in thy covenant, and be conversant therein, and wax
Hold on, he
old.
says you have to be steadfast, meaning immovable, in your decision to serve the Most High. Then it says to be conversant. I want to get conversant in the definition.
Come.
I want to go with number 2.
Conversant, 1828, Webster Dictionary, point 2. Acquainted by familiar use.
Meaning you're acquainted because you do it every day. You really understand what serving the Most High looks like. And you understand what attacking your flesh and going against your nature really looks like. Because you make it a job and you practice breaking yourself every day. So you're accustomed and conversant in serving the Most High because you do it every day. And you're used to, your profession is really attacking your flesh on a daily basis. Read on in the definitions.
Acquainted by familiar use or study.
Because he says appointed, wait, where is this? This is number 2, right?
Yeah.
Acquainted by familiar use or study. That means you study breaking yourself. And you get used to it because you're not fighting it anymore. To be conversant, you're not fighting, why am I doing this? You're not getting aggravated about the process of what you've chosen to do. You're accustomed to the process and you've given yourself to the details and the specifics of how to break and overcome yourself. Read on.
We correct our style and improve our taste.
How do you correct and improve? You correct and improve everything you do based off of what? You've gotten past why am I here? Now you're focused on perfecting yourself. How many of us have gotten past why and the stomping your feet and being angry about what you're going through? Once you get past the why, then you can focus on improving and perfecting how you conduct yourself. But if we keep sitting back here and argue about why am I going through what I'm going through, and I can't get up in the morning and I can't find motivation, you haven't gotten to being acquainted with things yet. You're still fighting why I'm doing it in the first place.
Yeah, or I predicate me doing it based upon who else I see doing it.
Yep. Then you're not conversant in your covenant that you have with the Most High because you're still angry about why you're doing it, which means you're not fixed. Once you become fixed, then you can start working on the details of things. Now the how tired you are, the minutia, the regular things you go through, they don't become a bother. Now it's about just being good at it.
Right. If you're fixed, you don't need somebody else to do it for you to do it.
Time.
You do it no matter what.
You go beyond being self-motivated. Now it's about perfecting what you do. So that's what conversant looks like. Let's go back into Ecclesiastes.
Good. Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 20 reads, Be steadfast in thy covenant and be conversant therein.
So you get to the point where you're not going nowhere. And once you make a choice that you're not going nowhere, then you stop complaining about what you have and be more focused on perfecting what you do every day. Read on.
And wax old in thy work.
And eventually, you're just going to get old in your profession. But this is what it takes. This is what the Most High is looking for us to do and what the Most High has chosen us to be, whether it's wives, brothers, men in Christ. We have to show the Most High that it doesn't matter what I'm going through. I'm going to keep being conversant in what I'm going through in my battle so I can perfect my battle. If I practice perfecting my battle, that's all I need to do. Everything else is a moot point. Read on.
Verse 21. Marvel not at the works of sinners.
If I'm steadfast in my covenant, I'm not hyper fixated on what another brother ain't doing.
Yep.
I'm not jealous of the world and what people have in the world. I'm not angry about the weakness that I see amongst me every day.
I better have somebody here doing what I'm doing in order for me to be justified doing
And
it.
if I'm thinking that way, I haven't learned to be steadfast in my covenant. It doesn't matter what people do or don't do. All that matters is, am I better at what I'm doing every day? But you can't be conversant if you're looking at what other people are doing. If you're a looky-loo. If you're a looky-loo, you're really looking for a reason not to fight.
To not do it.
To not fight.
Yeah.
If I'm looking at people and scrutinizing people, then I'm just trying to find a justification not to fight my battle. And then if that's my thinking, am I really being steadfast in my covenant? The answer is no.
Not at all.
How many times, sisters, do you sit back here and look at your husband and judge your servitude off his servitude? How many times do you sit back here and justify, I'm only going to give this much because you only give so I see you only giving so much to the Most High. So I'm only going to give so much to you. Still wicked. Because everybody has to be fully convinced in their what? In their own mind. You gotta show the Most High you're convinced of serving Him. But if your service is contingent upon if somebody else does something, then you're out the Spirit and Christ ain't in you.
Stop right there. I remember, brother, years ago, we were running at a medical center, and this brother ran, like, it was me and another brother, right? Shy man, right? Chicago, not Shy man, Chicago man, right? And we ran, and he ran like, he beat everybody, bro. He was like, he ran so hard and so fast, he proved that he like was superior in that run, right? The 1 mile run. I was gonna say, you did a good job, bro. You did a great job. That was great. And then the next time we had to run, I guess the brother wasn't there or something like that. And then he didn't run the same way. And the brother said, why didn't you run like you ran last time? He said, well, the other brother wasn't there. So he was running to outperform, he was running to outproduce someone versus running because he wanted to be the example.
Now, that happens all the time.
Yeah.
When you're younger in the Spirit, you gauge your effort based upon another person's effort.
Yeah.
That's not evil. That just lets you know where they are in their spirit.
Yeah.
But if that's how you think, why are you expecting blessings? That's all that matters. Listen, the Most High understands, like I said earlier, that everybody is having to work on their spirit and grow in their love. All what you showed, Dawiyah, is that this person is young. But the problem with people is not that they do that, but they expect the blessings of a committed person by operating like that. That's where Israel is wrong. We think we can keep operating at that level without the inward motivation to do right because it's the right thing to do that. We think we can sit back here and just pace ourselves based on what we see and expect leadership type blessings. That's the problem. The problem isn't the fact that people are young in the spirit and got to grow, but we get angry and we don't get blessed as if we are steadfast in our covenant.
I got to bring this verse up on that
Yes,
too.
sir.
James chapter 5 verse 9. James chapter 5 verse 9. It's great information and wisdom coming out right here.
Man, listen, we can go for hours. We can go for hours.
Yeah. Read.
That's good.
James chapter 5 and verse 9 reads,
Yeah.
grudge not one against another.
Where does the grudge come from? I don't see you do it. But usually that's the main grudge from a husband and wife or brothers in the camp.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see you do it?
Yep.
You're telling me to do something I don't see you do. Okay, where if you're gonna tell me to do this and you're gonna make this mandatory, then I better see you abide by the same mandatory rule. And this is where the grudges, this is where the arguments, the debates, the strife. You better be there. If you're gonna tell me anything, you better live by what you say. You better practice what you preach. Because if not, you're a fake to me.
Mm-hmm.
You're a phony to me if you don't practice what you preach. He said, grudge not what?
Grudge not one against another.
Go ahead. Brethren, read.
Lest ye be condemned.
Because with that mentality, all that mentality is leading you to is condemnation.
Yeah.
Because you'll never perform the way you could. You'll never reach your full potential You never see a job in the Most High in Christ as valuable unless you see somebody else. You better do it. You better, if you tell me, don't go eat no fast food, but I see a fast food bag in your car, and I see the fast food, then the fry container's empty.
Yeah.
But you telling me I better eat healthy?
That's real.
Come on, bro. All it's gonna be a squabble. It's gonna be an argument.
I'm just gonna go and get me some fries.
That's all I'm
to
gonna
justify
do.
myself.
I'm gonna do what you do because you since you can. I see you do it, so you open the door so I can do it. He says, "Grudge not one against another," but the Most High knows, or James in particular, with having a great mind, understands where the contention comes from.
Mm-hmm.
It comes from measuring ourselves up with somebody else. Read on.
Come, lest ye be condemned.
Go ahead.
Behold, the judge standeth before the door.
Because who's watching you?
Yep.
The Most High is watching you. That's why it's not about what somebody else is doing. It's about the Most High is watching you.
Yep.
Are you going to perform His duties regardless of who's not doing what they're supposed to be doing or not? Whatever. Are you going to do what you're supposed to do and you're called to do?
Okay.
Read on.
Now listen, but once again, finish your point. Finish your point. Finish your point.
Verse 10. Take my brethren, the prophets.
So guess what? Just as much as you can latch on to a weak example to say why you shouldn't do something, the Most High said, I got other examples why you should do something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So as much as you want to measure yourself up to somebody else because you say, well, you're a fraud because you didn't do this. Well, the Most High is like, well, guess what? I got reasons why you should do it.
Mm-hmm.
And you should look at these reasons why you should do it and submit. Versus looking at the person that you say, well, I didn't see you do it. I didn't see you suffer.
That's my get out of jail free card. Get a servitude free card.
Well, exactly. For every person that you could see and say, well, this is why I'm not as strong as I could be, or this is why I shouldn't feel like I have to be propelled to do it. There's other examples in the Bible why you should do it and why you should submit. Read on.
Come, take my brethren the prophets, who have spoken in the name of the Lord, for an example of suffering affliction.
Because nobody wants to suffer affliction by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's the truth. Nobody want to go through that by themselves. I better at least, if I'm going to suffer something, I better see somebody else suffering right along with me. Otherwise, I don't want to do it. I better see you suffering at the same level, at the same rate.
And I better see you get checked.
Yeah, exactly. I better see you get the same punishment, same chastisement, same degree. I don't mind suffering as long as I'm not alone. As long as I'm not alone and I'm by myself, then I'm not okay with it. But if I see you have liberty, if I see you get away with something but you want me to suffer, not happening.
Yep.
But there's always an alternative example of why you should submit and why you should follow and why you should be obedient. Read on.
Come, for an example of suffering, affliction, and of patience.
And of what?
Patience.
And of patience. You know what? Because you better not tell somebody to wait and you don't have to wait. Because this is the ill side of man's mind is covetousness. I want the same liberty you got. I want the same ability you got. I want the same freedom you got. I want the same money you got. I want the same everything. But that comes with blessings, and it also comes with suffering. You better suffer like me. You better be patient like me. You better wait like me. Or that you're demanding from me. You better do what you're demanding me to do. And if I don't see it, I can't do it. Well, the Most High understands that men's mind is weak. That's all it is weakness.
Yep.
And we could also say it's a child in the spirit. And so because the Most High knows that, He's got some of the most supreme, strongest examples of suffering and patience so that it can offset the excuses that we make.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it can offset I better see somebody do it.
Yep.
Well, you got examples. There's many of them. Pick one. Pick an example of suffering and patience in the scripture.
So there's no reason why you sit back here and aren't justified to be weak.
There's no excuses.
Mm-hmm. Listen, go to James 1:6-8. Dawiyat went to James 1:6, but I mentioned it, I said the words, but I want to go through the verse just as a reminder. Because everything Shamshwan and Dawiyat was saying are perfect. I just want to kind of bring out the idea that if Israel isn't going to change unless they see the elders be perfect, then it's our job to attempt to be as on point and blameless as possible. But if you want the Jew or your husband to be perfect, and you got this mindset and this expectation that he has to be perfect, in order for you to lock in. You know what? We have a responsibility to attempt to be in order. But if you put your husband or these brothers in that position, just know what the Most High says about you. Go to James chapter 1 and 6.
James chapter 1 and verse 6 reads, but let him ask in faith, nothing wavering.
So if you're lacking something, lacking wisdom, you're supposed to ask in faith, nothing wavering. So whatever you commit yourself to in the Most High, you got to sit back here and be unwavering in your request, which means you got to be unwavering in your work in order to earn the blessing of the wisdom. Read on.
For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea.
So he's just saying a person that's wavering, that's unsure, that isn't fixed, like we read about that steadfast covenant. When you're not fixed in your decisions, you're not fixed in your purpose, you're like this wavering person in the sea. Read on.
For he that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed.
So if you're tossed to and fro based on your emotions and your fears and your doubts, and because of that, you expect the person that you're seeing to be perfect in order for you to try a little bit more, and you're showing that your faith is weak and your trust in the Most High is weak, the Most High understands that you need more time to grow. The Most High understands that. But if the Most High has to accept that you need more time to grow, what does that also mean about you and your life? Read on.
Come, verse 7. For let not that man think.
Don't think. If you have that doubtful, distrustful outlook, and that you need somebody to operate at 110% in order for you to give 75, don't think what?
Don't, Salaki. For let not that man think that he shall receive anything of the Lord.
That's the point. If you're immature and you need time to grow, why are you looking for a blessing? That's what people don't get. We can accept, and we want to tell people, yeah, I'm growing and I need time to grow and I need time and you're pushing me too much and you don't understand and you don't care because I'm young, I'm a babe in the spirit. Okay, if you want to play the babe card, then the Most High is going to pull away the blessing card. You don't want to see that. You don't like that one though, huh? You want to pull the babe card and get attention. I'm young. I need you to be a good example. Okay. Then I will be a better example. But don't expect these blessings you want. Yep.
Are we talking about the worldly blessings, or are we talking about the spiritual blessings?
I'm going to say, I think it's the worldly blessings for the most part, because what do people trip on? If you're a babe, do you trip on the fact that you're not growing in the spirit? Or you're not getting the attention that you want? We get mad because we don't get the carnal attention. But we also say, don't push me because I'm young in the truth.
Yep.
We play both sides. I want maximum blessings, minimum effort.
You're asking too much of me.
And when we're being pushed to be more accountable, I'm young and I'm growing, I don't see you do it, we pull those cards. But we also waiting for the blessing of the Lord to come. He's like, when you're wavering, your faith is wavering, you're not fixed, you haven't proved that you're fixed, and you prove that you're wavering, why are you looking for a blessing? Don't we do it all the time? I'm not consistent in my job. I'm always being checked about my rude attitude, my negative responses, my inordinate behavior. But then I'm waiting for the blessing of the Most High to come. Yes, sir?
I think we brats in the spirit also we expect incentives in order to motivate us to,
and he's saying, if you're wavering, don't expect those blessings. You're not getting incentives that way. That's not the Most High's reward system.
He told Cain that from the beginning.
If you want to sit back and play the victim card, or I'm young and I'm not growing because I haven't seen you change. Okay, then that means you're lacking faith and you're wavering in the spirit. If you have this negative eye towards leadership, and you can just see all the flaws in them, and whatever flaw you see justifies your lack of conduct, your lack of changing in you, then you're young.
And participation.
And if you're wavering and that's your reason for not changing, cool, you need more time. But what are you also showing? You need more time before you see that blessing too. People don't like that side of it. Don't think you're going to get anything from the Lord if you're wavering.
Can I say wavering? A little bit.
Because you've shown that you're not steadfast in your covenant.
Well, you said in the class earlier, you talked about the disposition was not sober.
Good.
It's because the motivation was often not sober. It wasn't for the Lord. It was because this person was doing it.
Well,
A lot of
there you
times,
go.
certain people leave the camp. I mean, my youth, one of my elders disappeared, and it's cool, but it's hard to be organized after he left. You know what I'm saying, he was demanding organization and structure. When he pulled out, I was like, "Listen, bro, I gotta be structured right now. I gotta be organized no more."
And then things go bad.
And then things got worse. And the lesson was this person's presence motivated me to work on myself. I learned, you know what? Now I know I have to maintain this premise with or without him being there. I gotta be organized with or without. I gotta be structured.
Now, but it's harder that he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone now, and I have to work that double the energy or the concentration into being a certain way.
So what's the lesson? The lesson is I have to extract the strength from the leader the Most High brought to me.
Yeah.
And not focus on what's not good.
Yeah.
And if I can balance that properly, I can keep growing. All I'm trying to say, we're going to shut this down soon, but what's the lesson? If I am in my actions and my thoughts, don't operate in the spirit of steadfastness, and I'm wavering in my faith, wavering in my outlook, he says, marvel not, or don't let a person think that he shall receive anything from the Lord if I'm full of doubt, and I'm not steadfast in my decision. And that means you're going to be waiting, and your blessing is going to be on pause until you show the Most High that I ain't going nowhere. Let all that go and go back to Ecclesiastes 11. In verse 20, 20 again. We're going from 20 to 23, and we're going to shut it down at that point because we've been doing it for a long time tonight. It's almost 4 hours plus. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 20 reads, be steadfast in thy covenant, and be conversant therein.
Conversant just means you've gotten past why am I here, all the battles I'm fighting about my outlook. Now it's about perfecting my craft. That's how you know you're closer to being steadfast in your covenant, when it's less about what other people say and what other people are not doing or what they're doing, and you're about working on the perfection of your conduct. That's how you know you're growing. When all the noise in the room don't matter. All the ups and the downs and Jew shenanigans don't matter anymore. There's a lot of Jew shenanigans that affect us.
Yeah, that's real.
When Jew shenanigans don't matter, and you can see brothers slinging pool over across the halls, and they're slinging pool, and acting like monkeys and doing chimpanzee stuff like that. Doesn't matter, right? All that matters is you working on you. You get a little poo-poo hitting your face because they're slinging pool everywhere. It doesn't affect you. Read on.
And wax old in thy work.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel not at the works of sinners.
He's explaining if you're gonna be steadfast in your decision, you can't focus on what people don't do. You have to focus on the virtues that make people potent. Read on.
But trust in the Lord, and abide in thy labor.
Only thing that matters is when people are falling, people are weak. You see the weakness in your husband. You see weakness in men. None of that matters but abiding in your labor and your fight and working on your spirit. Read on.
For it is an easy thing in the sight of the Lord on the sudden to make a poor man rich.
He's letting you know how the Most High takes you from a zero to a hero. That's some 70s.
Yeah.
Don't mess with that zero. Get with a hero, you did. There you go. That's what I was looking for right there. Right? Listen, the Most High is saying he can make a poor man rich in an instant. But what does it take to make a poor man rich? What does it make to take a person that's in dire conditions to switch them from a more stable condition? It's how steadfast you are in your covenant, in your battle, in breaking what's inside of you. And this is what was happening to Jonathan and those 2,000 men. They were steadfast in their commitment to not budge with their commission to serve the Most High. And because they were steadfast in their decision making, the Most High turned them from a poor condition to a rich, powerful condition. But that powerful condition comes from the Most High, and it's predicated on your outlook and how successful you are in corralling your thoughts, and how successful you are in developing tunnel vision in your battle. That's the key to getting blessed. Read on.
Verse 22. The blessing of the Lord is in the reward of the godly.
The blessing of the Lord is in the reward of the godly. When you see that godly man, what did it take for that godly brother to get blessed? People don't ask those questions. People get envious at other people's blessing and advancement, but they never ask the God at some point what it takes to get blessed. And when they do ask, they don't want to hear the answer. Because the key to getting blessed is abstinence, discipline, and more important, acceptance of your low state. We teach it all the time. Can you be okay being at the bottom and still be conversant in the steadfastness of your covenant? Does your condition dictate your service? Because if your condition dictates your service, you're not worthy of the blessing. Your condition can never dictate your service. It doesn't matter what you're going through. Your service stays paramount in your mind. If that's your focus, that is the key to you getting blessed and growing. And he's going to take you to the lowest level to see if your effort changes, like he did with Jonathan. They sit back and took a loss. They're in the swamps. They're in dire conditions. They lost a lot of their goods. Everything bad was happening. And obviously, for the fact that they got blessed, lets you know that didn't dictate the steadfastness of their covenant. It didn't stop their covenant. It didn't stop their effort in their covenant. And you know it by the fact that these godly men got blessed. That's what verse 22 was saying. You'll know the blessing in the Lord because these godly men got taken care of. But how did they do it? This is how you can connect the dots. They were steadfast, and they didn't let these discouraging moments dictate their service to the Most High.
And that's the best way to draw out a man's intentions, because a man's intentions are secret. A man's and woman's intentions is hidden. You don't really know what people are doing and why they do what they do. It's hard to manifest that. So the Most High has to create the condition to draw out the intention, to reveal what that person was doing and why they was doing it.
And you know they got blessed, and especially when you know they got blessed because it came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
You know it was in the Most High. It wasn't their manufactured ideas. Mm-hmm. It comes out of nowhere, and all of a sudden they're in a different situation.
Yeah.
But you know the answer. How did they do this? Abstinence and acceptance of their conditions with a pure outlook. And you know they had a pure outlook because they kept digging forward and pursuing forward in their covenant. We're reading about what it takes to get blessed. This is the laid out solution. And we're tying this verse in Ecclesiasticus in with what happened with Jonathan and how his life and his world is about to change overnight. And his people's world is going to change overnight because of how steadfast they were in their covenant. Read on to verse 23.
Come, verse 23.
No, matter of fact, read verse 22 again.
The blessing of the Lord is in the reward of the godly, and suddenly he maketh his blessing to flourish.
He makes the blessing flourish because that man or those brothers showed the Most High they weren't going nowhere. Showed the Most High that they weren't changing their covenant and they were going to be the same person fixed in their decision to please the Most High. And that's what spawned the Most High to let their hands to flourish. It is nothing more than that. Can you show the Most High that it doesn't matter what you go through, he comes first? That's the key to flourishing. Read on.
Say not, what profit is there of my servants?
This is the thinking of people that don't get blessed. He's telling you what it took to get blessed. Now he's saying the thinking that gets you out of getting blessed. What's the profit of my service? Because you start asking yourself, what's the benefit of doing well when I see all these flaws around me and I see this weakness and I see these people quit and I see this flaw and I see the flaw in my husband? What's the benefit of me sitting back here and not changing? I've heard this statement where it says, the squeaky wheel gets the most what?
Grease.
What does that mean? When a person is weak. That means the person who's complaining the most gets the most attention. So then when you tell yourself that, then you're telling yourself that I need to complain to be negative to get attention. Versus saying, I have to be more obedient and the Most High will bless me. Because that squeaky wheel gets the most attention theory is a lie. And what that does is pulls you in the spirit of negative and selfishness and detaches you from your real blessing. Because the real blessing is, if that person got to yell and scream to get attention, that's not the kind of attention I want from the Most High. Let me get the attention from the Most High that comes from obedience and staying in order. That's what sisters, I've heard sisters for years that was their thinking. If I ain't yelling and cussing and arguing and crying, then he won't give me attention. And even if that is right in the terrestrial, you're wrong in the spirit. Just being obedient, whether the person sees it or not, is how the Most High keeps blessing you in your life. And which one is more important? The Most High's attention or your man's attention? How about that one? Which one is more important? It's supposed to be the Most High. And the same thing with us. If you want to get blessed, men can't be sitting back here, what's the benefit of sacrifice when I see this brother getting weak? I see this brother quitting. I see the flaws in this man. I can see the weakness in this man right through his iris. You play all these games, huh? All you're doing is setting yourself up to get your blessings taken from you when you operate in that type of thinking.
Yeah, it's anti the Most High service. I just want to get a verse. Proverbs chapter 10, verse 21.
Let me finish this verse, this last line, and I'm done. There's one more line. Read verse 23 again. Run through it.
Say not, what profit is there of my service? And what good things shall I have hereafter?
Because the thinking is, what good things are going to come to me? I don't see the benefit of doing good. Because I see other people doing bad, and they get more than I get. That thinking pulls you out of the blessings. He's like saying the righteous people hold fast to their level of effort, regardless of what they're losing. The carnal person, the person that doesn't get blessings, sits back here and can see all the flaws and see the hypocrisy. And when I see the hypocrisy, it justifies why I no longer have to change and operate at the pace that the Most High is commanding me to. And when you want to play that smart guy role or that smart guy or smart gal role, is when you stop getting blessed. Is when you overthink it. You want to sit back and say, "This is a game. I'm not going to play this game. I'm not going to play this game because I see what's going on. I'm not going to kill myself and see y'all not killing yourself." He says that type of thinking eliminates you from getting blessed. Does that make sense? What you got, Shamshua?
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 21.
Proverbs chapter 10, verse 21 reads, the lips of the righteous feed many.
But the Most High is looking at, okay, the Most High activated us, called us. Like Christ told Peter, he said, put down your nets, I'm going to make you fishers of men. Mm-hmm. I brought you in this truth so that you can be a light for the rest of your people and bring them into this knowledge. Mm-hmm. So my mind is supposed to be on not even about what I get and what I'm going to receive anyway. My mind is supposed to be on what can I offer other people? Yep. What can I do as a servant to be the best person I can be to help as many people as I come across? He said the lips of the righteous do what?
Feed many.
Read on.
But fools die for want of wisdom.
But why does a fool die for want of wisdom? The fool dies for want of wisdom because he doesn't understand that the recipe for success is to put yourself second and put other people first. Yep. He doesn't understand that recipe. So it's always about, well, what about what I'm doing? And what about this? And why are you not doing what I'm doing? And why is already this comparative nature? The recipe for success is, let me make sure other people are taken care of, and the Most High will come back and bless me also.
That's what 1 Corinthians 10 and 24 says, seek the wealth of others.
Yeah. So the fool, because he never understands that, because he's always looking for the blessing, he end up not getting one. Yeah. Read on.
Come. Verse 22. The blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich.
It says the blessing of the Lord maketh what?
Rich.
He said maketh rich. Go ahead.
And he addeth no sorrow with it.
Because when the Most High blesses you, you know it comes from the Most High, because what's not with it?
Sorrow. Bitterness.
You know what that sorrow is? The guilt for the fact that I compromised my people to get a blessing. Mm-hmm. I sold my people out to get where I'm at. Yep. I neglected the people that I'm supposed to be taking care of in order for me to have this little petty advantage. Mm-hmm. So that's why he says the blessing of he said the blessing of the Lord. He said make it rich, and there's no sorrow with it. There's no regret. You know, what did you do? How did you get comfortable in this life? Who did you have to step on? Who did you have to neglect? Who did you have to deny?
Well, you had to compromise.
Who did you have to abuse? Or like we talked about earlier, some men come get this knowledge, and then they get some skills, and then they take them skills and they go and move on in their life.
Yep.
But you know what they have to understand? Damn, I wouldn't be where I'm at if it wasn't for somebody else's sacrifice for me.
Yep.
So what did I do with somebody else's sacrifices? I took those sacrifices and did what I wanted to do.
And that's what class is going to go into on Monday, because it talks about how David pretty much lived his whole life to set up Solomon to succeed in building the temple. But he didn't get the benefit of seeing the temple rise up. He sat back and fought wars and died. Well, not that he killed hundreds and thousands of people. His whole life was war. And then once war was complete, that whole region was quiet. Then he sat back here and stacked up all his gold and silver and precious items to leave for Solomon. Solomon gets the credit for building this great temple. But what people don't want to realize is, how can you build a great temple when you got to fight wars every week?
Come on.
How can you build a temple? How can your name be peace if there's war around you? He sat back, had the benefit of David's hard work and commitment, and David didn't get a chance to sit back here and get the benefits of the commitment. But that's what it takes to build. Somebody got to do the hard work and not get the benefit behind it. No. But listen, you get any more of that?
No, that's it.
Listen, we're going to shut it down there, because that's what we're going to go into on Monday. There's more. We got to go on this class later on for this topic. We'll do a part 3. But are there any questions about the topic? If not, we're going to shut it down. Israel Amajim will Punya Yerah Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahweh Shah.
In the name of Yahweh Shah.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael.
Send Michael.
And the righteous angel.
And the righteous angel.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless. Heal. Protect.
And
make strong. The people of Yasharallah.
The people of Yasharallah.
Also send unto us. Much wisdom. Much knowledge. Much understanding. Much patience. Much faith. Much brotherhood. And much love. Spiritual power. And forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai come quickly. For in thee. He is our hope. Always. And forever. Amen. Birthday, how about Shem Yal Shai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Birthday, how about Shem Yal Shai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the light to see.
Birthday, how about Shem Yal Shai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Birthday, how about Shem Yal Shai?
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness.
And thy faithfulness.
Every night.
Every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With the solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither the fool understandeth.
Neither the fool understands.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springs the grass.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thy enemies.
Below thy enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the works of iniquity.
All the works of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt not exalt.
But my horn shalt not exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
My eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And my ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
By Shem Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama Iowa.
Iowa.
La Duwad.
La Duwad.
Hana.
Hana.
Ma. Tuwad.
Tuwad.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Yom.
Yom.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hasheman.
Hasheman.
Atuwad.
Atuwad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yerad.
Yerad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Ahoran.
Ahoran.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Payah.
Payah.
Madawakiwa.
Madawakiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Roria.
Roria.
Tizayawan.
Tizayawan.
Hayat.
Hayat.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayaya.
Kayaya.
I. Habulam.
Habulam.
Basham Yahushua.
By Shem Yahushua.
Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh Basham Yahushua.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wakanao.
Wakanao.
Washirali.
Washirali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Parts.
Parts.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wakanao.
Wakanao.
Washirali.
Washirali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Parts.
Parts.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wakanao.
Wakanao.
Washirali.
Washirali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Parts. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Basham.
Basham.
Yahushua.
Yahushua.
Wakanao.
Wakanao.
Washirali.
Washirali.
Rabiyat.
Rabiyat.
Parts.
Parts.
Work they hope.
Work they hope.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope.
Work they hope.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope.
Work they hope.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope.
Work they hope.
Work they hope shot.
Work they hope shot.
All knowledge.
All knowledge.
All wisdom.
All wisdom.
All understanding.
All understanding.
All mercy.
All mercy.
All patience.
All patience.
All long suffering.
All long suffering.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
All power.
All power.
From your house.
From your house.
By show.
By show.
Shot.
Shot.
What?
What?
Yad. Aman. Good luck.
Salute out the heavenly order. Yahweh. Wa Yahushua. Woko Yashua. Beneficial. Amen. Bro.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Barakam.
Kula Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kula Shalom.
Kwame Shalom.
Kula Shalom.
Kwame
Turn and face sisters. Sisters, please stand. About your back. Salute out the Dallas Zion. Jerusalem. Imagine. Bro.
Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, throttle for tuning in. See you guys on Monday, all right? Shalom. Y'all take care.